morning. I'm glad most all of us were able to make it in. Some of us had more snow than others, but we have a busy few days this week, plus a house session. So all our clocks have different times, but mine says 9:30, so we'll get started with our first bill for the day. Oh, yes, thank you. And before our first bill of the day, our new standard operating procedure is the pledge. And Representative Cornell, would you like to lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Our first bill is HB 222, repealing the requirement for a memorandum of understanding between a chartered public school and a school district regarding how students with disabilities will receive special education services. And our own committee member, Representative Balboni, is all set, it appears. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my fellow members of the House Education Policy and Administration Committee. For the record, I'm Peggy Balboni, representing the towns of Greenland, Northampton, and Rye on the Seacoast, and I'm the prime sponsor of HB 222. Again, which would repeal the requirement for a memorandum of understanding between a chartered public school and a school district regarding how students with disabilities will receive special education services. I'm bringing forward this legislation at the request of the New Hampshire Association of Special Education Administrators and the New Hampshire Alliance for Public Charter Schools. These are the two groups involved in producing and implementing memorandums of understanding between public charter schools and local education agencies. Briefly, charter schools are public schools, but run independently, generally exempt from many state laws that govern traditional public schools. Technically, charter schools, as all public schools, are required to admit students with disabilities per federal law. Unlike other states, New Hampshire is unique in that the school district in which the student resides is responsible for providing free, appropriate public education, commonly known as a FAPE. And that includes the funding, including the funding and required services to each child with a disability, including these children with individual education plans that a parent has independently enrolled in the charter school to every child with a disability. There are 4 ways in which this should occur. One is to send resident school district staff to the charter school. The second way is to contract with the charter school for the charter school staff to provide the services. Third way is to contract with a vendor to provide services at or away from the charter school. And the fourth way you can do it is to provide services in the resident district's own public schools. A student's IEP is developed by the resident district and details what specifically designated instruction and related services the student will receive. It is up to the local education agencies and the charter schools to determine how the services will be delivered. Occasionally, it can be a challenge for school districts and charter schools to come to an agreement on all aspects of the IEP. But for the most part, these barriers are resolved by working collaboratively. Once signed by the parent, the IEP is the legal document that commits the school district to provision of services outlined in the IEP. It's important to note that in 2016, there was a legislative commission formed that was charged with identifying challenges related to special education in New Hampshire's public charter schools and bringing forward recommendations to improve this process, ensuring that all students with IEPs are receiving the services that they need. One of these recommendations was that the New Hampshire Education Department require the LEAs and public charter schools to formally detail how students with IEPs will receive required services. A law requiring MOUs was passed in 2021. Unfortunately, rather than smooth the path, MOUs have created more work and increased legal costs for both the school districts and the charter schools. While most charter schools and LEAs have been able to come to agreements in completing the memorandums of understanding, many still remain unsigned, primarily due to financial disagreements. Currently, while MOUs are required by law, there is no impasse resolution process, so they're not enforceable. According to the Department of Education, there are currently 94 MOUs that have not been signed for the 2024-25 school year, and 16 of these were not signed for 2 consecutive years in a row. Since LEA and charter school personnel are spending hours of time hammering out details and incurring increased legal expenses, they are requesting the repeal of the requirement. Both federal and state laws require that school districts provide a FAPE to all eligible students, and data from the Department of Education supports that no school district has refused to provide special education or related services to any child attending a public charter school, because the memorandum of understanding was not signed by both parties. So in other words, if the MOU is not signed, students are still receiving services. Prior to the MOU requirement, there are 3 special education complaints filed related to the provision of services at a charter school. So far this year, that number is the same. So it seems that the existence of the MOU has had little effect. I hope that you will support this legislation to remove the MOU requirement to allow both the charter school personnel and district special educators to focus on educating our students rather than administrative tasks. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Questions from the committee? Representative Cornell.
Thank you for taking my question. So you said that you brought this forward at the request of both the special ed administrators and the Association of Charter Schools. So it seems they are in agreement that this is the best way to go forward.
Thank you for your question. Yes, actually, over the summer and in the fall, I've attended a couple of conferences and meetings with the 2 groups. And this is one of the barriers that is had really gotten in the way of educating students. What they found, and I have some wonderful support back me that can actually refer to specific instances and give you better examples than I could.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to you and to members of the House Education and Policy and Administration Committee. For the record, my name is State Representative Maureen Mooney. I represent the town of Merrimack, that's Hillsborough County, District 12. I am here in support of House Bill 222, an act repealing the requirement for a memorandum of understanding between a chartered public school and school district regarding how students with disabilities will receive special education services. I do have written testimony. However, there's a delay in my getting copies, so I'll have to wait on everyone getting a copy, but that's forthcoming. Every now and again, a piece of legislation strikes me as well-meaning, but entirely and completely impractical. The requirement of a memorandum of understanding, also known as a MOU, comes from one of those pieces of legislation, and it must now be repealed as a law. when I first read the original bill where this MOU came from, which is Senate Bill 238 in 2022, to implement an MOU for special education for charter schools, I just knew that this would be double, duplicate, extra, and unnecessary work. Charter schools are already required to meet, work on, and implement IEPs and 504s per federal and state law, as well as New Hampshire administrative rules. Special education is a highly regulated and monitored area of the law. The process of determining special education services takes time, personnel, and financial resources, and typically works like this. And I will spell it out. Public charter school personnel extensively meet in what's called team meetings with parents, specialists, and sending school district officials to finalize special education services. These meetings result in a written document, either an IEP or a 504. These binding documents already include all that is listed in current RSA 194-B, Roman 8, which is what House Bill 222 is asking to repeal. Additionally, there is model documentation already on the NHDOE website. Model documentation is also required for this MOU law. Then the students, teachers, and guidance counselor must receive the documents and become very familiar with them to implement what is required for the student. These meetings are thoroughly detailed, labor-intensive, and time-consuming. Additionally, the documents are continuously reviewed throughout the year, and follow-up meetings are constant to ensure implementation is properly occurring. A MOU requirement serves no separate purpose to the required relationship between public charter schools and sending districts. The MOU is just an additional, substantial layer of duplicative work in a fast-paced, resourceful school environment that will unnecessarily cost administrators, teachers, and parents time and expense. Our legislature cannot do this to our schools. Our role is to improve processes, not to bog them down. I ask that you recommend ought to pass on House Bill 222, and I thank you for your attention this morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Mooney, for taking my question. I did have a question about, I thought you had mentioned RSA 194-B8 as being the section needing repealed. I just wanted to clarify, we were only talking about 194-B5-8.
Thank you for that question. So the repeal is 194-B:5, Roman 8.
Okay, great. Not just 194-B8. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? I just had one. As I recall, the MOUs were put in place as a means of trying to have agreements put in place because of problems with charter schools and resident districts on where and how and the cost of providing services. Is it your position that those issues can be resolved without an MOU?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
In fact, I would go further to say that an MOU will complicate those issues with now a document that could potentially be conflicting with the finalized IEP and 504 special education directives.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your testimony. Jane Bergeron?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jane Bergeron Beaulieu, and I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Association of Special Education Administrators. Our organization is a nonprofit, nonpartisan, professional organization that supports leaders in the field of special education. I am here today representing over 300 of our members, and we are in support of HB 222. I have provided you with some written documentation. I also emailed it to you for your reference. So I won't go and read through my entire testimony, but I will just touch upon the highlights. The first thing that I'd like to mention is that our association works collaboratively with charter schools. We recognize the importance of charter schools within New Hampshire and our educational communities. Our organization meets monthly with our charter schools. We have what we call a collaborative work group. We engage the Department of Education in those work groups. The work groups are designed for us to identify best practices and build upon those, and identify any challenges and problem solve around them. And we've been having this work group for over 2 years now and meet on a regular basis. We've also designed some collaborative professional learning opportunities together. We have co-sponsored with the Department of Education and the Alliance 2 charter school conferences, and we will have another one in the summer. As already mentioned, as in IDEA, the IEP really is the legal binding document that holds the district accountable for everything that's in the IEP. The MOU is not legally required and just adds another layer of paperwork. We have seen over the past 2 years that the MOU really has not had any positive impact upon kids, the children and youth that we serve, their learning, or the families that are engaged with the children with IEPs. As already mentioned, in 2016, there was a legislative commission formed to study special education in charter schools. There were many recommendations brought forward in that report. The biggest one centered around funding. And when MOUs are not being signed, they typically are around disputes related to the costs and fees related to special education. So funding still continues to be a significant issue. Some of the other bullets that I have in the testimony, and again, I'm not going to go through all of them because some of them have already been mentioned, but this really has proven to be hours and hours of time and legal fees, both for school districts and our chartered public school. And we really feel as though this time and effort should be dedicated to the children and youth and their families, as well as trying to recruit people to work in special ed in our charter schools and our public schools. So if we could have that time back and dedicate it more to have an impact on children and family, we would appreciate doing that. In closing, I would say that revoking this requirement for an MOU would only benefit all of us. It would give us the opportunity for more time to work with our charter schools, more time to recruit folks to work in our schools, but it really hasn't been anything that we would say is a benefit to any of us. So thank you very much for your consideration of our testimony, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. Good to see you again. And thank you for your testimony. As usual, it's very complete. Just a couple of questions in context. If I recall, a couple of years back, when this first dialogue came about, there was a problem regarding the time frame particularly if I recall correctly, at the beginning of the year, that lag from when the youngsters came in and the time the charter school got up and the public school got up, and there was a gap there. And I thought that, Jane, that this was one of the intents of the MOU to try to bring them back in a collegial way to try to get those things worked up. It seems like what you're saying is we've gone one step ahead and two steps backwards.
Thank you for the question. And to your point, that is correct. And we tried to adjust the date of when these were signed, and that didn't help. And, we don't always know when kids enroll in charter schools. This is a parent enrolling, and especially with our kids who are struggling, they don't oftentimes tell the charter school that my student had an IEP, and they don't tell the public school. So it's really no one's fault, and parents have the right to disclose or not disclose. But we do a lot of catch up. And by the time we realize that we've got a struggling child, we then learn, oh, he did have an IEP. So yeah, we do a lot of catch up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Any further questions? We had just one from me. We had testimony earlier that there were 94 unsigned MOUs currently, I believe, mainly due to financial reasons. Can you talk a little bit about the financial reasons that have been holding up MOUs?
Yes, and I think our charter schools can also reinforce this. When school districts and our charter schools are writing up the MOUs, some are writing up contracts in addition to the SAUs. If in fact a charter school is providing the services, they can determine what the fee for service is and charge the school district that. And there have been some disputes around fee for service. Who's determining that? If the charter school is contracting with someone to do that, not allowing or making available the contract with the independent organization to the LEA as evidence of what this service is costing. There have been disputes over individual services and what to charge versus small group. There have been conflicts with differing prices with differing districts not being consistent. And again, this is not anyone's fault, but there are some inconsistencies. And so sometimes that is the barrier. Does that help to clarify?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I did have one small question about how it would be the case that the public charter school would not be aware that a child has an IEP. Aren't those files something you receive upon enrollment?
This is a parent enrolling their child, and they don't have to disclose that information. Our charter schools accept all kids, and the parents don't necessarily have to disclose that information.
Representative Woodcock?
To follow up on Representative Cordelli's question, if I may, to provide clarity, because I want to be sure I have this right, which I probably don't. Does the charter school have the ability to contract prior to the approval of the LEA? I mean, can they go out? I thought that the first priority was the LEA trying to provide the services, but can the charter school, prior to that, just say, no, we have it right here, we're going to do it, and then is that part of that conflict, or don't they have that right, that privilege?
Several of the charter schools, and again, our charter school colleagues can speak more to this, but several of our charter schools do have staff employed. Some of them can't fill those positions, so they're contracting. We just, from our perspective, we just want to get the services for kids.
Okay.
No matter what we have to do, if the charter has to contract, if we have to pay the charter schools, if we have to contract, first and foremost, we want to get the services for kids. So it can happen in a variety of different ways.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
You're welcome.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Beth Meckler.
Good morning, and thank you for.
If you could press the button there. Yeah, we go.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, and thank you for accepting my testimony this morning. My name is Beth McClure, and I am a member of the board of the Alliance for Public Charter Schools. I'm also a member of the NHASEA, the organization that Jane is executive director for. And I am the principal at Strong Foundations Charter School and have been for ever since we opened our doors 17 and a half years ago. I'm here to testify in favor of House Bill 222 to repeal the MOUs. When the law was finalized, I had resigned myself to doing whatever it took to get the MOUs worked through and signed. I was not looking forward to it. And I made the assumption that the special educators in the state had needed this. Even though in 17 and a half years, we did not need it, we were always able to work it out and sign contracts with the districts if we were providing services. When I joined the collaborative work group with the New Hampshire Association of Special Ed Administrators, I was surprised to learn that they too were very frustrated with the MOU. So we all agreed that we would request, look for a sponsor for the bill to repeal the MOU RSA. I am aware of no charter school whose students, well, all charter school students are receiving services for the most part, and any who are not, it is not due to an MOU being unsigned. So there are no services not being provided because there are MOUs that weren't signed. We have this year over 70 students in our school with IEPs, and that's a fairly typical number. We work with over 15 districts, and we, as I said, have always been able to come to an agreement. The first year that the MOUs were required, during the summer, I spent at least 80 hours working with our different school districts, reviewing the MOUs, sending them to our lawyer, proposing alternative language, all while we were trying to get the school open. It was exhausting. It's not like I stopped doing the other things. I just had to stay up later to try to get them all done. We also spent several $1,000s in legal fees that year. The second year, which was this past year, I would estimate that I spent over 50 hours on this because some of our districts just kept the same MOU as the previous year. But I still had to review all of them to see if there were any changes from the previous year, and when there were, or if there were discussions, run the changes by our lawyer, which again incurred legal fees. The MOUs there's a template for the MOU that NHED developed. A lot of the districts don't use it, and so there are different MOUs out there. As I said earlier, we have not needed to do this. It created conflict. It created unnecessary time spent in a very full schedule working with children with IEPs. I should say too that I have been a special educator for 35 years. And so I've got a lot of experience with working through IEPs and helping children with disabilities. And only want the best for them. So I certainly would not testify in favor of this repeal if I felt like it would hurt them. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, Representative Cornell.
You, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. How many districts did you say you dealt with for your,
Over 15.
and you have no problems with special ed services with any of those districts?
No, there have been bumps in the road sometimes, but we've always been able to work them out.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. Thank you for testifying. When there's an impasse or the MOU isn't working, and I'm thinking more of your collaborative group that you work with, I'm sure you have other information. Does DOE ever step in and help out with impasse or intervene to give you assistance on these? Or you just sort of left between you and the school district?
It's just between the charter school and the school district.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for
Thank
being
you.
here. Rebecca Fredette from the department.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Cordelli and the committee. I just wanted to speak briefly about the bill. Excuse me. The department proposed the MOU for charter schools in the 2022 legislative session as there was no oversight for the provision of special education within charter schools. At the time, it was reported to us by both charter schools and districts that they had students that at times were not getting their services on time, as the two entities could not come to an agreement about how the student was going to receive services. We worked with both charter schools and districts to develop the MOU based on the concerns expressed before the legislation and from that work group. With the input of the commissioner, we put forth the current template for the MOU. Since the implementation of the MOU, we have heard that it is cumbersome and difficult to do. One or both parties are unclear on how they should be using the MOU, as well as concerns with there being no support if one party or both parties are not willing to develop an MOU. This then leads to the concerns that there is no recourse for either party if they cannot come to an agreement. We also have had concerns regarding the fees charged to schools for services, and there is no documentation to support the changes to districts, and several districts are charged full price for a service when it could actually be split between several districts. While we understand the concerns with the MOU, we would express our concerns with going back to no oversight of special education in charter schools. They do not have approved programs as traditional public schools, public academies, or the JMA, and the private providers are required to have. They are only considered a regular education environment, yet many of them have special education teachers and provide services without an approval from the department. There is no process to support charters and districts if there is disagreement regarding the provision of special education services, and there are no guidelines as to how services contracted by charter schools should be paid by the districts. As you consider this legislation to remove the MOU, we ask that you consider any or all of the items listed above about the oversight of special education in charter schools. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? Representative Woodcock.
Really? Good morning. See you every day here. You're more often than me.
I should just move in.
Yeah. Thank you for coming in. As you said, I think in your context, in your dialogue, I didn't read that, I was listening to you.
Yeah, it's exactly the
That
same.
the department initiated the idea
Yes.
of the MOU to try to help the difficulty with the transition and oversight.
Yep.
So if I'm wrong, stop me here. So I'm thinking, as we've heard other testimony, that it hasn't worked. And that was sort of, it became more of an obstacle than an assistance. I guess my question is, during that, I'm hearing you say it should still be maintained. You didn't say you support it, but you didn't say, you didn't take a position on it. It seemed that you thought there still was a need for that type of oversight. But my question is, if over the last 2 years, we saw all these problems, or the school districts and the LEAs and the charter schools saw all this, and obviously they must have, because there's a bill here and they're talking about it. Did your department ever step in and help out?
So we have tried to help out with as much authority that we have, but we can't order either of them to do something. There's no provision within the law for us to say you must do, or you have to do, or
Right.
you. So we did help as much as we could, but we don't have any. There's no recourse if they can't come to an agreement. There's no appeal process. There's nobody I can send them to. So that was part of the issue, was that we don't have any authority to do that.
Okay, so,
And we're not opposed or supporting. My concern is that if we take this away, then there's nothing that would help us with special education in the charter schools. I know that it's a problem. I know that it's cumbersome. I know that it takes a lot of time, but this is all we have. So
thank you, thank you.
Yes,
Thank,
Representative, welcome, back to education again.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Education policy, I should say.
Right. We live and breathe education.
Yes.
Thank you for taking my question. Excuse me. So the first part is, does the current special education audit include auditing charter school special education services?
no, because we have no authority to monitor charter schools or go into charter schools. So there's nothing that we do with charter schools currently besides the MOU.
Follow up? Or second question, really?
Yeah.
Given what you said a moment ago in response to Representative Woodcock, does the department have recommendations of other ways to address the concern of challenges between charters and school districts, since the consensus both here so far and online is in support of removing the MOU? Is there something that would be better?
I think that's a conversation that I think it's a good question. Thank you for the question. I think it's a good question, and I would go back to that charter schools we do not approve charter schools, and we do not have any oversight of them. So the reason we did the MOU was to provide some oversight. If we were to repeal that, I would ask that we consider something else. Every other school has to have any resource room or self-contained classroom approved through my office. We have to go out, we have to see the classroom, we have to make sure that they're certified teachers. That's not the case for charter schools. So I think there's a lot of different things that we could look at if this is what you were going to repeal. I'm just concerned that if you take this, there's nothing else. I have no recourse for anything. I don't even have recourse with the MOU, to be honest, but there's nothing overseeing that special education.
I heard testimony about a MOU template.
Yes.
Was that something I didn't catch? Was that something the department came up with, or?
Yep. As part of the legislation, it said that we needed to
Right.
develop a template. So we worked with both the School Administrators Association and the charter organization to develop the MOU, and then our commissioner reviewed it in the end, and then it was submitted to the districts as a template for them to use. But it was not in the legislation; it was not required.
Right. Would it be possible to get a copy of that template?
Yes.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I see no other cards for this bill, so we'll close the hearing. And in 5 minutes, start the hearing on HB 699. Oh, yes, yeah, yeah.
Testimony is coming.
Yeah.
Shoot me. Shoot both of us.
Yeah.
Microphone's still on.
This is House Bill 699 relative to special education definitions. And the prime sponsor is here with assistance. Representative Katab, please introduce the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli and members of the House Education Committee. House Bill 699 was entered at the request of the NHDOE following a special education audit to ensure federal compliance. And the two biggest things that this bill aims to do is, one, ensure that children are receiving specialized instruction such as reading from qualified reading specialists rather than paraeducators, as required under the IDA. And two, to add a definition of educational environment to clarify that approval from the Bureau is required for such environments, which is aiming to prevent children from being placed in unapproved or inappropriate environments such as storage closets or boiler rooms. And yes, unfortunately, this has happened, and we need to make sure that this does not happen again. Unfortunately, there's been a rapid spread of misinformation about the bill, which has caused much concern to parents regarding their children's services and thinking that they're going to be effective. I want to address the points that have been brought to my attention and provide accurate information and hopefully alleviate the concerns about the impact on children's services. One, the definition of related services being eliminated is not taking away related services from children. It's simply removing an unnecessary and incomplete definition. In ed rules, we default to the federal definition as it's really well defined, a nearly 3-page definition for that one definition. This definition takes the beginning of that definition and leaves so many needed items out of that definition. And I want to, again, specify that this is not taking away any related services. It is removing the definition. It is not removing related services from the rest of the statute, nor from children's IEPs. It wouldn't be compliant with IDEA to do so. Furthermore, it is not redefining educational environment that was never previously defined. It's not at all intended to mandate that special education services be exclusively provided outside of the general education setting. The least restrictive environment principle still applies, and decisions will still be made by the educational team. This bill is clarifying that the Bureau retains the authority for approval so that we ensure that these environments are appropriate. I have put in an amendment to clarify that educational environment is special educational environment, so that when you're looking at 2-A, instead of saying educational environment, it'll say special educational environment. And then further down where it's saying where services can be provided, it still says in any educational environment as determined by the IEP team. So we're not at all mandating that they can only be there. I also want to clarify that we are not taking away services for the functionally blind. It's eliminating an unnecessary definition without affecting eligibility for these services. Just as we don't define deaf, autism, etc., this definition isn't needed. There's an entire statute on the education of the blind in 186B. So again, we're just trying to clean up some of these definitions. We are not taking away any services from children. And I do think that the bill is very important because I do think we need to make sure that we have our children educated in appropriate environments and not inside of boiler rooms, and that our children are receiving their related services by appropriate and qualified personnel, not paraeducators. I'm happy to take any questions on this bill.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for coming forward with this bill. So just for clarification, this bill does not take any transportation, support services, placement in a residential facility, or medical services away from children in need. Is that correct?
That is correct. It absolutely does not take any of those services away.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chair Peterle. Good morning. Thank you for being here. I just want to be clear, you said that this bill came from a result of the audit. Okay. In crafting the intent of the bill, removing definitions, changing the, and I understand what you're saying about not taking away any related services, but your intent to refine the definition of those things, who did that come from?
It came from Miss Fredette.
Oh, it came from the DOE?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to be clear, related services, Roman 5, I guess on page 2. That is covered under federal IDEA law, and there's no change there. So we are bound by federal law in that regard, correct?
That's absolutely correct. Our definition was the beginning copy and paste of the federal definition, but because the definition is 3 pages long, it removed a lot of the needed definition in there, and we don't want anybody to think that they don't need to provide the rest of that. So we need to default to the federal statute in its entirety, which is what it does in ed rules.
Thank you.
And I did put together an amendment just to clarify a couple of the words. It just came in, so unfortunately, they haven't had a chance to print it yet, but I will get that over to you.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, why remove it in its entirely as a definition, and why not just put it in as, and reference the federal citation? Because it does appear that it's being taken out for, just by looking at it. So would a reference help?
Thank you for the question. So I'd be happy to do that, but there's a lot of other words in here that we don't define, that we do default to the federal statutes. And so I think when you start getting into that, we would have a lot of definitions where we're saying refer to the federal statute. It does say within the document that we need to make ed rules that implement the statute, and within the ed rules, it does explicitly say related services means related services as in CFR, and it gives the exact reference to the federal definition. So I think we would just get to a repetitive point if we did that for every single piece within our statutes. It would just be very lengthy potentially.
I'll follow up.
Yes.
I'm just referring to a conversation from Ms. Fenton that was very specific about if we don't have something that points directly to legislative statute, and that's where the rules come from. So that's my concern, is that she was very specific in saying that the rules reference the statute.
I know that Ms. Fenton will be here this morning, and also Ms. Fredette said that she might be able to answer that better. If the committee feels like that is the best way to go, and if the attorney agrees that that's the right way to do it, I'm definitely happy with that resolution. I do not want anybody to be anxious or have a misunderstanding that their children's services are being taken away. I would never, ever support such a bill.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. It's simple. Could you just repeat what you said about adding the word special into education environment and tell me what lines that was on? And I think it was 2 places.
Yeah, so it'll be 186C2.
I mean, what lines in the
so-
bill?
I think it's line 7 on page 2.
Page 2, line 7.
And was that the only place?
Yes.
I thought there were 2.
Well, that right there, and then within it, it also says, I'm sorry, let me grab a copy of the bill so I can just. Also on line 10, where it says educational environments, it'll now say special educational environments.
Thank you for the clarification.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much
Thank you.
for clarifying things for us. Next, Amy Tees.
Hello, full disclosure, I'm a mom and I've never done this before and it is intimidating. But I'm also confused because I prepared my remarks in advance based on believing that my children were going to be losing a lot of things that they deserve and benefit from. So do I tell you my position on that or not? I do. Okay.
Briefly, you could, express your concern.
My name is Amy Wheeler Tees. I live in Nashua.
If you have written testimony also, you could
I'll
pass
go.
it up to the, when you finish.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm the proud mother of 3 children. I vehemently oppose House Bill 699 on the basis of egregious discrimination and moral corruption. I am respectfully pleading that each and every one of you oppose this bill, and here's why. 2 of my children were born with a rare genetic disorder called Soto syndrome. Their Soto syndrome causes physical and cognitive disabilities, but by and large, they are typical, bright, fun, spirited, and capable children. Frankie is a clever and affectionate 10-year-old boy who is in the 4th grade. His sister, Magdalena, is a helpful and courageous 9-year-old girl in the 3rd grade. Both Frankie and Magdalena love to attend their Nashua Public Elementary School and are eager to learn in the classroom every single day. They have made numerous friends with peers and are charismatic contributors to their general education classrooms. In order to overcome their physical and cognitive challenges, they utilize supportive education services, such as occupational speech and vision therapy, which allows them to access their entitled free and appropriate public education under the Individuals with Disabilities Act. Thanks to these services, Frankie and Magdalena are learning to read, write, spell, add, subtract, learn geography of New Hampshire, New England, the country, identify the planets of the solar system, and so much more. Attending the classroom with needed assistance allows them to reach their full potential. Removing them from the classroom or stripping them of needed services would be debilitating. Just as importantly, the entire student body and school community would suffer great consequences by their absence. My children with Soto syndrome are not less than. They are whole body and soul children that deserve every ounce of educational opportunity that any child without Sotos deserves. I find this bill abhorrent, ignorant, and hateful. I have been a proud Granite Stater for my entire life, and I assure you that New Hampshire can do better than this. We were the first state in the nation to integrate our disabled students in their hometown public schools back in 1991. I know this because I am a better person today for having been a student in the town of Amherst during the 1990s. We are not a state that is going to segregate and exclude. I find it despicable that elected officials in our state are trying to dismantle our public education despite the majority of constituents, such as myself, not being in favor. Legislation like this furthers the segregation. It puts a target on children with disabilities, and it also puts a target on children who utilize our public schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? See none, thank you very much for being here. Oh, Representative Freeman, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much for coming in front of us. Your letter was very heartfelt, and I appreciate that. Given what you heard from the prime sponsor of the bill, do you feel a little bit better knowing that that's not what the intent of this bill is for?
I do if I know that that's being held, but as a citizen who's not participated in this forum before, I don't trust 100% that just because someone said it and it's on record, how do I know that after everyone approves it, that they don't go turn around and do exactly what I just said I'm afraid they're going to do? So I need to understand in a general sense how that is truly something I can count on.
If I could just speak, I guess, for myself, we have dealt with special ed services since I've been in the legislature starting in 2012. And I think we have always, as a legislative body, tried to work for better services for those children with disabilities. And I don't think that that will change anytime in the near future.
Well, I appreciate that, but one thing that I am still a little concerned about is this term of an appropriate special education environment. And I cannot stress to you enough. And I am the living proof of it. I went to Sauhegan High School from 92 to 96, and I had two former Laconia State Institution students who went to school with me for those 4 years. And it made a damn big difference to me and my classmates. And I cannot stress enough that my children, Frankie and Magdalena, ought to be in the general education environment as much as possible. Yes, there are times they need to be pulled out for certain instruction, but so help me God, I do not want to see that the definition of a special education environment means they are secluded in some sort of classroom at the end of some wing, and they are never integrated with peers who do not have the same disabilities. Where's my insurance on that?
If I'll just read from the amendment that we just got this moment. Special education environment replaces what's in the bill. This is in the amendment. Special education environment means a special education setting that has received approval from the Bureau. This environment is managed by the school district and serves children with disabilities as specified in their individual education program when they are removed from their general education setting. Special education environments are resource rooms, self-contained classrooms, and early childhood special education programs.
Okay, so that's my concern. It doesn't say general education classrooms. My children should not be locked away in a special education resource room for the entire school day. They need it for certain services, and they thrive in their regular classroom, and so do the students around them who are learning to understand that some kids have a communication difference, some kids might have a physical difference where my son needs to stim and clap. There's a lot of things that the other kids are learning about how Frankie and Magdalena are equal. They are not freaks of nature, and they're not to be cast aside in some room. So I guess I am still in opposition of this.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Part of this bill, when it was introduced, it said it was to make sure that the students had specialized instruction and not to be dealt with paras or whatever. Has that been a concern of yours with your children?
It is. I think that the amount of instruction that are being left to the paras is very unfair to the paras. We've had some very good paras with my children that I love and respect, and they go above and beyond for my kids, but they really are not being paid for that job. at least I can only speak for Nashua. And in Nashua, I am quite vocal about the need for para support to be increased greatly.
Thank you.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for being here and moving past the feeling that we're intimidating we don't actually mean to be. I would encourage you to continue to be attentive and visible. With respect to my colleague, we have worked hard in the legislature to support special education services. And quite frankly, everything is vulnerable to dollars and cents. Please join us in education funding talking about this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Thank you for coming here. I just want to first thank you for your passion as an advocate for your kids here. I know it's not easy, first time, or second time, or any time, and that's come out publicly like that. So thank you so much. And secondly, I think you do have reason to be concerned.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call up Rebecca Fredette from the Department of Education.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli and the committee. As Representative Kutab said, we had requested this language as we were, through our audits, we were asked to look at our laws and rules to ensure they're accurate and aligned with federal language. I'm going to go through the changes for you one by one, and I'll talk about program approval and educational environments at the end because it is the hot topic. If you look on your paper on page 2, line 17, we corrected the language in the definition of special education to align with the federal language that specifies that it is specially designed instruction, not instruction specifically designed. On page 2, starting on line 19, we took out section 5 as it is verbatim the federal language in 34 CFR 300.34 related to related services. And as Representative Kutab said, it is a much shortened version. So this steers us back to that federal language. This does not mean that we are removing related services. We are removing the definition from state law as it is the exact definition, partial definition. Students will still have the same rights and protections of the federal law in regards to related services. On page 2, line 35, we took out the definition of functionally blind as this meets the parameters of the definition of legally blind and is included in the federal definition for blind and visually impaired. Functionally blind is not used anywhere in IDA, the state language, or federal language. This would all fall under the definition of blind and visually impaired. On page 3, line 8, we defined specially designed instruction as there is continually a misunderstanding of what should it look like in schools. We are ensuring we are meeting federal law by clarifying who can provide specially designed instruction and what it would look like in practice. This is where we said that it's a certified teacher. This is required by IDA that they be certified. On page 3, line 19, we added the definition of our special education information system. So back to program approval and educational environments. Starting on page 1, line 28, throughout New Hampshire laws and rules, the word program is used in several different types of approval for districts, and there needed to be clarification of what each of these types of approval are. Currently, program approval encompasses all district special education programs, all private provider approvals, all out-of-state approvals, all individual program approvals, as well as the approval of self-contained classrooms and resource rooms. Within districts, public academies, and the JMA, the approval of resource rooms and self-contained classrooms is a very different process than the other approvals, and we wanted to clarify the difference between the two. These two environments are on the continuum of environments for students. There will be no change in how we monitor either the programs or the educational environments. However, it will provide clarity in working with districts and reporting on the different approvals to the public. This does not remove all the other educational environments such as regular classroom, hospital, homebound, separate school, residential. It does not remove any of those. It merely clarifies that for these two educational programs, we need to provide them with approval. That is all it does. It does not take anything else away. It says that for those two, we are going to provide approval, which we are required to do per our laws and rules. None of the changes we are proposing will remove anyone's rights under IDA and state regulation. All rights are still intact for students with disabilities. I would like to refer back to Representative Balboni's question. For special education, we build off of IDA. IDA is the foundation of what we follow, and then state law expands on IDA. So we always have to go back to IDA. We do not reference it repeatedly because it is our foundational law. So if we have IDA, we always go back to that, and then anything else that we put into law is excess. So related services is defined in IDA. It will stay the same. It's just taking out that partial definition that had been there before. And thank you. I'll take any questions you may have.
Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Fredette, for the clarification. I just had a question. The previous speaker raised a concern about children with special needs not being integrated into general education settings. Yep. I'm looking at the amendment that was just passed around, and on line 16, it mentions general education settings. So am I correct in reading this bill that integration would still be the common practice?
Yes, it would be. We don't have to approve a regular education environment. We don't have to approve a hospital homebound, but we do have to approve a resource room and a self-contained classroom to ensure that they have the correct staffing, that they have the correct student to teacher ratio. And then it helps us to track how much that student is pulled out of the classroom. So this is just talking about those two because I don't have to approve a regular education environment.
That's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Woodcock.
Hey, Chairman Cordell. Good morning yet again.
Good morning.
In terms of the line 8,
On the amendment or the original?
no, the regular on page 3, please.
Okay.
I understand it's a reference back to the federal statute, but it's very clear as it initiates, it says on A, it has to be provided by a special education instructor, teacher, certified teacher. My concern is the definition of related service provider. What is their requirement for, if, again, it means where it says or related service provider, I'm concerned that perhaps those people, or that person, how is that defined so we know that they are also certified, not just a contract service that may not be?
Sure. So all of those services require licensing. Most of that is done through the OPLC. And so a speech pathologist, any of those have to be licensed. They have to be certified in the area that they are providing those services. I mean, you could put in there that they're approved or licensed or something like that, but it's implied that if you are a related service provider, you have your license to be able to practice in New Hampshire and provide those services.
Follow.
Yeah, just thank you. Just so that category related service provider is referencing then those ARC therapy people. Okay, that's
Yep.
it's not a contract service on the outside that has not necessarily bypassing special ed.
Well, just to clarify, it could be a contracted service, but it could be a certified speech pathologist that's providing that service. Okay. So it could be staff within the building, but either way, they have to be certified and licensed. They can't just.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
President Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. With regard to the amendment, which is 2025-0208H, on lines 30 and 31, it says about closely monitoring to make sure that each student is making progress and mastering their goals. I'm curious to know whether or not the mastery of a goal is something that, yes, that is obviously a goal, but sometimes those are in progress in the learning process. So are we, to say that something has to be mastered at that moment, I'm curious about why that is stated that way.
We do, while they may not master their goal immediately from that time, we would hope that at some point they will master that goal, that it's not just a goal that you put in there and there's no progress and there's no mastery. So while they may not master it the first time that you put it in, the next time they may. So it all depends on the child, all depends on the goal that you're working towards.
Follow up.
Thank you. I guess my question would be, is it making progress toward mastering and mastering the goal?
You could word it that way, yes. Yeah.
Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I recall in the audit, and one of the biggest criticism was the mismatch of definitions, and sometimes the state definitions exceeded what the federal law requires. But I am curious, I understand not wanting to have the citations all throughout the bill, but this one, especially design instruction, actually does have the citation from the IDEA.
It does, because we are adding on, this is where we're adding on to the definition, so we added these A through E are not part of the federal definition, and we've added them on to provide clarification to the field. So there's the base definition on 34 CFR 300.39, that's the base definition of specially designed instruction, and then we've added on this language to more clearly define what that should look like.
Yeah, so again, I'll go back to one of the main criticisms in the audit was putting on, why do we feel the need to put on additional requirements to what's already in the IDEA? Because that was one of the criticisms, is that it's getting more specific than needed to be.
And on this case, I think that we needed to be more specific because there are many times that paraprofessionals or paraeducators are providing specially designed instruction, and that is not allowed under IDEA. Specially designed instruction needs to be provided by a certified educator or a related service provider who is licensed, as we discussed. So because it was not, while it's additional to what's in the definition for specially designed instruction, it's clarifying language that is in IDEA.
Mr. Chair, it is relevant to. So is this a problem that's been identified in some kind of an audit? I don't recall reading this specific issue being identified in the audit, so I'm just wondering what's the origin? Why are we doing it?
So we are currently under another audit, the special education audit, and they are in mid-process, but we do receive from them unofficial observations of things that we need to work on. At the same time, when we do our approvals of resource rooms and self-contained classrooms, and we're monitoring, we have found that paraprofessionals are providing specially designed instruction, and so we felt we needed to clarify very clearly that that is not what should be happening.
Let me just clarify also that
Sure.
there was an audit last year which
Yes.
was related to due process.
Yes.
And there was another audit on more general special education issues, specifically at the department, that is ongoing
Yes.
now.
Currently, yes.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question. Thank you for taking my question. Also, with regard to the underlying bill on page, I guess it would be 1, on lines 24 through 27, you're referencing acquired brain injury, but you're only speaking to acquired brain injury after birth, not potentially during the birthing process. Does that eliminate a group of individuals who might already qualify because of an injury during the birthing process?
So the acquired brain injury is a definition that was within our rules, but we moved it here to law, and I did not come up with that definition. We just felt that it needed to be in law because it is specific to New Hampshire. I would have to receive technical assistance on whether we would change this bill because we really just moved it so that it would be part of law.
Okay.
I'll just mention that I did receive note from the Brain Injury Association that they have an amendment coming, draft amendment coming related to this section. Representative Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. On the related services, let's say if a school district has support personnel under speech and language, when they go in and they do the direct services, are they related service provider?
Yes.
Even though they're not certified, they're not?
No, they have to be certified. Through their process of being a speech language pathologist, a physical therapist, a physical therapy assistant, they are all licensed through the OPLC, the Office of Professional Licensure. So they're all licensed. They have to be in order to provide those services.
Follow up? So you're saying I'm pretty sure that like support personnel. So you've got yes, I understand the speech and language person is certified, but those folks working under them that are not certified, they are not part of this.
So paraeducators, paraprofessionals, is that what you're referring to? Yes, so you would have certified educators, which would be your teachers, your reading specialists, your interventionists, all of them would be certified teachers. You have your related services, which are your OT, occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech and language. And then you would have your paraprofessionals or paraeducators who provide support to those students directly. They may be certified because we do provide a certification through our department, but that does not give them the ability to teach or be a special education teacher, so they would not be able to provide specially designed instruction.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, new chair. Thank you. I have two questions. One, I was going to ask for Representative Cordelli, and I don't want to put our new chair on I will ask you, but so if I may, I just have two. First one is, I want to follow up on Representative Hall's comment. Unless something has changed, in the classrooms I've seen over the last 10 years since I've been sitting here and visiting, there are circumstances when we have special related certified people, like reading particularly, or speech, who are overseeing the paraprofessional in the classroom. But it's actually, when you go to that classroom, often that professional is in another classroom, there's a para providing services. Are you saying that's not happening?
So the paraprofessional a paraprofessional is there to reinforce or reteach the skills that have already been taught by either the teacher or the related service provider. They should not be teaching the skill implicitly. So if the speech pathologist worked on a skill with the student and then they oversaw the paraprofessional to reinforce that same skill within the classroom or reteach that skill to the student as they were in the classroom so that they could carry that skill over into the typical classroom.
Okay, may I follow up with the one I was going to do for you? Thank you. Just to follow up, I was going to go through the chair, but since you're sitting there, you're in audit number 3, or this where this came from, but the first 2 audits that have come down, or the special education audit, can you tell me where we are in terms of public response to that document, so legislation?
So I only know of 2 audits.
Yeah.
So the first one that was completed was the special education dispute resolution audit.
Right.
That was finalized, and it does not run through my office. It runs through the Office of Governance with Attorney Fenton. However, I believe she had said they submitted their last report on that at the last fiscal meeting. So I believe that one is done. Our audit, which is special education, is not slated to be done until the end of the year, possibly beginning of the new year.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Sure.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again. In taking a second look at this amendment, I'm looking at Roman numeral 5, and it has A, B, C, D, E, and there's no F, but the bill has a provision F. Is that left off as like an oversight, or is there a reason that that wasn't mentioned?
Oh, no, we removed it intentionally, sorry.
All right. And is there a reason for that?
We had heard concerns about it, and the way it was worded, there was no other, we just did not feel it was appropriate to leave it there once we heard the concerns about it.
Okay, thank you.
I could give you a long convoluted story, but that's a short word.
Okay, sure.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Virginia Cannon. Can you just hit the button? There you go.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen and ladies of the committee. I want to apologize in advance if my testimony doesn't follow protocol. I'm afraid this is only the second time I've ever testified before a committee, and I'm unaware whether there's a specific protocol I'm supposed to follow. My name is Virginia Cannon, and I am a 33-year resident of Concord. I am the mother of one child who resided in the Concord School District and received special education services laid out in her IEP from both an out-of-district placement and within the public school, mostly in the general education setting. I was advised by the special education department that she is the only child in that district to ever have 12 years of out-of-district placement and return to the public high school. Additionally, I'm a former member of the Concord School Board, and I currently sit on the New Hampshire Council for Autism Spectrum Disorders. But I am before you today in only my capacities as a mother to a child with educational disabilities, an adult with autism spectrum disorder myself, who never had the benefit of support services, and a Concord taxpayer. As I sat down to write out what to say to this committee in opposition to this bill, I found that for the most part, I was too angry, too frustrated, too overwhelmed to be either rational or polite. My first thoughts were an internal dialogue laced with colorful expletives. I felt too angry to even know where to begin. As I sat down to type, however, my more logical mind surfaced, and I was able to attempt, I hope, a more coherent assessment. Having heard what the sponsor of the bill said this morning, some of what I have prepared to say is not really relevant because the intent was not to strip these services. Stripping these services is absolutely a violation of the IDEA. It's a violation of the federal regulations. It's a violation of our state law. It's a violation of our state regulations. So a lot of what I did was I went through and I found all of the citations and everywhere that it modified off of where it was supposed to be going. But if that's not the intent of this bill, then all of most of my prepared statement is irrelevant. But what I would like to say to this committee is that if this bill was an attempt to clarify, it absolutely, positively fails. There was not clarification here. Witness all the people, all the parents, all the family members of people with special education kids who came out or are coming out and are waiting behind me to testify about how this bill can't be allowed to pass and strip these services from our kids. If that wasn't the intent of the bill, then it sure as heck didn't clarify anything. The grammar, I'm a policy wonk, or was when I was on the school board. I worked at one time for DHHS, helping to write policy, worked with some really good GELCAR folks, drafted policies. This, I'm sorry, all due respect, stinks. There are compound sentences that you can't decide whether you're making a list or whether it's a run-on sentence with a dangling phrase at the end. You can't parse this bill into figuring out what it's supposed to say. Quite to the contrary, I would suggest that this bill, when it has a definition from the federal law, just say the definition of special education or the definition of related services is as appears at 34 CFR 300.39 subparagraph A. Just say that. That way parents can go, oh, I know, I can look it up, I can see what it says. Don't give me a new definition. Don't take it out of there so I think that it's going to be stripped. Just say, we're using the definition that the federals use. We're using the definition that the regulation uses. That way parents are not in an insane panic that our kids are not going to get their services. I will tell you the first thing I thought, this says, or I thought it said, or I thought it meant to say, there were going to be no out-of-district placements because all approved programs are now within the district. If my child had not been allowed to go to an out-of-district placement, I tell you, I would be here as a parent who did not have a living child anymore. She was so bullied that we had to do an out-of-district placement for her mental health. Without some, and if you ask school district administrators, and they are being honest with you, they will tell you we don't have the resources to meet the needs of every single kid in our community. We don't have it. And I understand that that's a conversation for the now split committee to the finances. But to say that everybody who deals with our kids has to be certified, everybody, I get that we aspire to that, but I don't know that we have the funding for that. But we have to make sure that our kids don't fall through the cracks. As the other mother, and I'm sorry I didn't get her name, spoke, our kids are not less than. Our kids may be different. Great, that's what makes us a community. That's what makes multiple colored leaves on the trees that we love so much in the fall. We're not all the same. Can you imagine how boring it would be if we were all the same? We would have no innovation, we'd have no creativity. But our kids that have special needs are not less than. They're not a burden. They are kids that need to be supported so they can grow up and be amazing adults. I just think, honestly, as somebody who helped draft some of this stuff 10 years ago, and I don't mean this particular statute, the drafting of this is really, really bad and needs to go back. If it was meant to clarify, it failed. I'd be happy to take any questions if you've got them.
Thank you. Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for coming in front of us. Before I ask you my first question, we're mostly parents on this board, and some of us have children on the spectrum like I do. So we absolutely positively have no intention of taking any services away from any child that has an IEP or a 504. That is never the intent of it. Given that, I'm just curious, how did you learn about this bill?
I'm a member of a forum group on Facebook for parents of kids with special needs, and it came across the Facebook post that this bill was being heard this morning. Now, it had some bullet points. Whoever came up with the Facebook post, please don't be offended. I never take that at face value. I'm sorry, I was trained as a lawyer. I have drafted statutes. One of my favorite things, you're going to groan, is the Internal Revenue Code. But that's my autism. There's an answer in here somewhere. If you follow it to the logical conclusion, there's a definition, there's an answer. It's convoluted, that's for darn sure, but there's an answer here. There's a definition. And so when I read those bullet points and was initially horrified, I said, you know what? I'm not going to believe that just yet. I'm going to go and I'm going to read the bill first, and then I'm going to decide.
Representative Kluger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to speaking to the beauty of our diversity. I wanted to ask you, are you confident at this point that the general education setting is properly addressed in this amendment of the bill?
I haven't seen the amendment.
Okay.
I think it just got passed out to you all this morning. I haven't seen it. I can't speak to that. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I just asked because, in my opinion, that is extremely important that is covered here.
Yeah, I'm afraid I don't. If you could, please take a minute.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't bring my reading glasses. So, for example, in the amendment, when you look at line 7, so you've got a private provider of special education that would allow the out of district placement that my daughter attended, if that's what you're specifically requesting. Okay, so do you want to get into the nitty gritty? I don't know, because my ASD is really waving its flag right now. But if I look at line 10, where it says, this includes specialized educational environments, comma, and the accommodations, modifications, and services delivered within the general education setting to support children with disabilities and has been approved by the Bureau. That's one of the sentences it's a compound sentence. You don't know whether it means A, individual specialized educational environments, and B, the accommodations modifications, or whether it's all a run-on sentence from the earlier part and then to add the dangling phrase at the end, and has been approved by the Bureau. I'm not clear what how you parse that whole sentence. That was one of my concerns in the previous bill. And now my little policy wonk is going to go back into its cave.
Do you have a follow-up?
Yes, that's exactly where I was confused. I just wanted to clarify. I'm looking to know also, do you feel that the classroom setting is covered here?
No, not particularly.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Sure. Lisa Bowden.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Bodwin, Strategies for Disability Equity. I am a disability policy professional. I'm also a mom, and I live here in Concord. HB 699 contains a couple of proposed changes to special education law that are appropriate. However, much of this bill contains confusing, contradictory language, as the last testifier shared. It will stage New Hampshire to be in conflict with federal IDEA law, and I oppose this bill as written. Parents across New Hampshire are indeed frequently infuriated by the special education process, and rightfully so. It is true, as Rep. Katab referenced, that students end up in boiler rooms, and this is indeed an outrage. So let's assume the bill comes from a place of good intention, seeking to address issues highlighted by the upcoming incomplete audit, as well as parent experiences. Nevertheless, as written, it will likely lead to students with disabilities not receiving a free, appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment as mandated by IDEA, and it will lead to less inclusion for students with disabilities. Two colleagues who have not yet been called have spent their entire careers to advance protections for special education students and eliminate best practices in schools across our country. They will be submitting testimony with precise, detailed analyses of the proposed changes. I'm going to talk about how this bill's design removes the presumption of students with disabilities having the provision of their educational services first be in the general education setting. So I'm going to say this in plain language. When an IEP team is discussing educational environment, federal law prioritizes and presumes a general education classroom setting as the first location to be considered, the place where a student receives their menu of supports and services. If you have not heard this enough, IDEA is never meant to be a location in a building. It is a menu of supports and services so students can be staged for academic and social emotional success. It is only after this consideration in the first that a student may receive FAPE in a more restricted environment, like self-contained classrooms, resource rooms, and rooms for delivering related services. Among the many challenges in this bill, the language literally removes general education from the definition of educational environment, and while the amendment that was submitted proposes to reinsert it, as the last testifier explained, it doesn't adequately do so. I want to remind this committee that this is not only out of compliance with federal and state law, it is not best practice in education to remove students with disabilities from general education classrooms. More than 30 years of research on inclusive education indicates that students with disabilities who are in general education settings achieve better academic and social emotional outcomes than students who are in more segregated settings. Moreover, this committee should know, during the last 10 years, replicated studies now indicate that when students with IEPs are in general education settings, students without disabilities also have better social, emotional, and academic outcomes. Substantively, HB 699 is entrenching segregated settings for students with disabilities, which is the reverse direction that New Hampshire ought to be moving toward. And honestly, we should be having bills that mandate inclusive education as the standard, the gold standard, and make New Hampshire the gold standard for inclusive education around the country. you can see a complete, my complete remarks in my written testimony. I will say that students with disabilities and their parents need RSA 186C to reflect protecting the rights of students with disabilities to have the same access to their school communities as their peers without disabilities. This bill has many complications that harm students with disabilities to obtain FAPE. As parents attest, school districts and teachers struggle with creating a culture of belonging for students with disabilities. So districts and teachers struggle, so students struggle to obtain an education. I fear, and many others fear, that HB 699 will provide school districts with additional tools to segregate students with disabilities and broaden the existing chasm between parents and school districts, leaving students with disabilities to live with the long-term consequences. This bill doesn't fix what it hopes to fix. I urge you all to vote ITL on HB 699.
Thank you. Representative Dry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. If you would consider that the definition change was to make it more specific and to avoid places like storage rooms and things and make these real places to be, do you see, or can you show me in here where the priority of least restrictive means, which is already in the law, is gone? What takes it away?
In order for me to point that out to you, I need to sit and do a side-by-side with the existing law and the bill as proposed and as amended. And I'm sorry, I can't do that for you right now. I can get back to you with an answer to that question.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Representative Freeman.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming in front of us today. So you mentioned several times general ed classrooms. Do you consider resource rooms to be segregated?
I do.
May I have a follow-up?
Sure.
So given that occupational therapy, physical therapy, and speech therapy usually are implemented on a one-on-one basis, is it appropriate to take the child out of the general ed classroom in order to complete those modalities?
That's a terrific question. It is important that the individual needs of each child are addressed when it comes to their related services. There is extensive data indicating that pushing in related services is better for students and their peers than pullouts. The challenges that school districts face is that when we established special education, it started off in trailers, in schoolyards, and in basements. We started off with keeping them down the hallway. And as we have decided to move toward welcoming students with disabilities into schoolroom settings, we have discovered different tools and strategies for making sure that all students have general education classrooms as the basis for which they receive their educations. So schools have a long way to go in terms of creating a culture of belonging. There's a lot of technical and curriculum changes that need to happen, and I would encourage this committee to develop legislation to focus on making sure that schools are headed in that direction. I would also like to say that anything that prevents students with disabilities from being perceived as competent to learn, competent to be your friend, competent to be the future employee of a future small business owner, anything that denigrates students with disabilities as being seen as viable members of their communities as adults should not be allowed in our public schools. And when students without disabilities don't see and experience their peers with disabilities as valued members of their school buildings, we are going to continue to see people with disabilities being ripped off of their rightful place as citizens in America.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. One question that I have is whether or not unintentionally this bill could, as amended as well, unintentionally create building construction environments for future constructions of buildings that doesn't fully encourage the creation of a building as a whole that is an inclusive environment for the general education setting.
That's your question.
That's my question. So with respect to segregating out resource rooms, self-contained classrooms, early childhood special education, well, those are components of an education. We also want to make sure that the general education environments also support learners in their least restrictive environment,
Right.
as the primary, to your testimony, being the general ed classroom first.
Currently, when architects and school boards are putting new school building plans together, they build out segregated settings as part of the architectural design of school buildings. And I can point to the middle school project right here in Concord, New Hampshire, the first design that was floated by the school building committee for the rebuild of the Runlet School included, in fact, a separate segregated wing for students with disabilities, and parents had to immediately and swiftly say, no, thank you. So the mindset is profoundly entrenched.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Caitlin Bernier.
Hi, good morning, committee members, and thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony. It's a little changed because of hearing the other things that were said, so I'm kind of gonna skip around a little bit, if that's okay. My name is Caitlin Bernier, and I live in Merrimack. I am here in opposition of Bill HB 699. I'm just here to speak about how this would impact my family, but I know that it would have negative implications for so many. I am the mother of a highly intelligent 11-year-old girl who just happens to also have severe double deficit dyslexia and ADHD. And I have concerns with the verbiage and the amendment that were made to the approved program on page 1, starting with line 28. My daughter's needs were not able to be met at her own school district. We tried for a lot of years, and unfortunately, there's not programs in every school for all the different kinds of learning brains that we have, and she needed to get services out of district in order to learn how to read. This was years behind her peers. So her peers were all already learning how to read, and she was struggling and not able to, and had a lot of mental health issues with it, as one would imagine when everybody else can do the thing and you're like, I'm trying and I can't. And so she needed to get services outside of the district, and in the year that she has been there, she's improved like 3 reading grade levels just by being out of the district. This verbiage in here that states that the approved program, it gets rid of the fact that it is approved by the State Board of Education and maintained by the school district, and changes it to within the school district that is responsible for all aspects of the provision of special education services and related supports. So if that was to be put into effect, my daughter's out of district needs would not have been able to be met. And that's not fair to her or to anybody else that might be in a school district that doesn't have every single reading program, every single specialist, and every single thing that you can imagine. We worked with the school, we did everything we could for years, and it just wasn't the way that she needed to be taught to read. But this would change her ability to have her out of district placement. her personal goal, despite being out of the district, she's only part-time half of the day now. She went from full day out to only half day. Her goal is to get back into public school with all of her peers. She wants to be like everybody else. She should not be treated differently just because she learns differently. And I think that says a lot about her, that despite, sorry, mom emotion, despite being treated different, she wants to go back and be with people and show them that she doesn't treat people different just because they might be different. She wants everybody in her school, just like I want her to be able to be in a school with everybody else. Sorry, got a little emotional. So the verbiage where you would take her ability to be out of district and put it in control of the district, the school district itself, eliminates her options and my option as a parent. I shouldn't have to pull her from public school because we're not able to find a way to meet her needs. Public school's for everybody, so we have to be able to make everybody's needs met. And then the last little bit, they had spoken about how the speech and language teachers are all certified, but there's also like assistants that are there, and there's reading specialists that may not be licensed through the state as a thing. So I think that that's something to be taken into consideration when they were talking about how it's Representative Hall, you had mentioned that there might be people that aren't licensed, and that would be the specialists, the reading specialists, the speech and language assistants that are maybe going through things but aren't certified. They would be eliminated from that. I think that if this bill, like many have said, was to make things more clear, it just posed more questions rather than adding any clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm curious, with the out-of-district placement, was there a special reading program that was used?
Yes, it was. It was a combination of special reading programs that were used that weren't used within the school. It was Lips and Wilson, but also using just like some of the speech to read versus like speech to text versus text to speech is how she learns, and we kind of teach people by looking at it and then saying it, and she needs it the other way around, and that's not really in public ed yet. I mean, it could be, but not yet.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Amy Gerard?
Good morning. Representative Katab, Dry Cordelli, who's not here at the moment, and members of the Education Policy and Administration Committee. Thank you so much for allowing us to be part of this discussion and to have an open discussion about what it is that we really need in our public school district. I'd like to share with you, if I may, with the permission of this committee and the chair, my daughter's augmentative and alternative communication device. Is that allowable?
We don't really do props.
Okay. I think it's important, though, for you to understand. This isn't a
if you
prop.
can just describe it.
I can show it to you. I think it's important because it is what she uses to communicate. And I think that this is an important prop, if you will, although I don't agree with that terminology. But it's an important example of how important related services are to general education and to the services of people with disabilities. I am here to oppose H. Bill 699 because I think it is very unclear and it sows distrust amongst our community and amongst the representatives of the state of New Hampshire. I live here in Concord, New Hampshire with my husband Chuck Crush and my daughter Allison Gerard. Allie attends Concord High School and is a senior this year. She has had a rich education with classes such as chorus, where they have performed in Boston, street law class where they prepared and acted in a mock trial, explored the Bearcat with the Concord Police, and is a proud team member of her high school unified cheerleading team. Allie is a bright, spicy, intelligent young woman who loves to laugh, hang out with her peers, and be a part of high school life. She has a diagnosis of Angelman syndrome, which is a chromosome 15 disorder, and it affects gross motor skills, fine motor skills, and speech. Hence, she needs her communication device, which is not a prop.
Excuse me, but in this room, it is not a communication device.
I hear you, and the reason that I brought it is to show the committee exactly what she needs in order to access general education. As she is unable to verbally communicate, she requires the use of an augmentative and alternative communication device seen here. It provides her with robust communication where she has access to words to describe her day, her classes, her feelings, and to boss Alexa around to request music and movies. This device is sophisticated in nature and requires an AAC specialist to program it and to teach Allie and others how to use it. She is able to use it in class, at home, and in the community. It provides her with a sense of agency, and it is a window into her life and into her soul. Allie's educational team is also supported by physical, occupational, and speech therapists. Throughout Allie's educational career, they have provided in-class resources for her to access general education, including appropriate seating for core strength, maximum comfort for learning, adaptive equipment for art, and assisted her to participate in yoga. Allie's inclusive education in the Concord School District has and will continue to provide her with a unique educational opportunity to explore who she is as a person and a lifelong learner. She has a self-confidence that's contagious, a curiosity that's enviable, and a smile that lights up the room. This is in large part due to her meaningful inclusion in general education that has promoted the values of learning within a larger community. This bill, as it is written, is confusing at best, leaving much to interpretation, and has the distinct potential to promote seclusion and isolation by the words used to define the education of students and disabilities. The late Krista McAuliffe, a teacher at Concord High, who would have been the first teacher in space, once said, "I touch the future, I teach." All students, including those with disabilities, are an invaluable part of our community's invaluable part of our country's future. They deserve inclusive education that provides them with what is possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for the record, I would just like to clarify, this is not a prop with all due respect. It is a piece of assisted technology that was approved.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
We just generally don't allow a show and tell, basically, from when you're testifying.
Thank you.
Representative Nato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for all coming and testifying so we can get a really good grasp of what's going on. As far as the current law, would you revert back to that? Or what about getting with the current one that's before us and the amendment specifically, I guess? So we're not looking at discriminatory. I know of a 12-year-old that is helping somebody in their class that's nonverbal, and we need to integrate everybody into society and grow as make them into adults. So would it be better just to go back to the original law or amend the amendment?
I really can't speak to that only because I'm not well versed in policy, but what I can tell you is that there have been people here that have provided testimony on what would be the best course of action here. I do think that the wording in the original document was confusing at best. I think that the amendment clarifies it a bit. What I can tell you is that anything that would raise confusion as to where education takes place would only serve to create segregation with kids, for kids with disabilities. It really needs to be extremely clear in the law that we are providing general education to all students where it's the least restrictive environment.
Well, I agree. We need to integrate these children in the learning environment. And so we're not discriminating. So what I'm saying is, would you get with the bill here, the amendment, and try to amend that as far as being clarity is concerned?
If you're asking me if the amendment goes further with clarification, I believe it does, but I think there's more work to be done.
Any other questions? Oh, Representative Morse.
Hello, thank you for taking my question. This is in regards to the special education environment. As we heard from the prime sponsor, where we had some situations where students were being put in boiler rooms. It sounds to me like we might want to put an amendment to the amendment to make the general education standard be the classroom, and if for some reason the child has to be removed temporarily from the classroom, they don't end up in boiler rooms, but instead can be in a more classroom type setting temporarily until they can return to general population. So I guess, yeah, sorry, my question would be, would you be on board with that?
I think, so obviously I do not want any child anywhere to be taught in a boiler room. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. I think that we need to go back to the people that really understand policy and really hammer this out to make sure that we don't have any unintended consequences. I am not a policy person. What I can tell you is that my daughter has had a really good experience at the Concord School District because of inclusion in general education.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We're actually very far behind. So knowing the intention of the bill, is there anyone that would not want to testify now? No? Okay. I think we're going to put a time limit of 3 minutes on testimony now, just so we can get this moving along. Karen Mortimer?
Someone shy. This is my first time and my son Tyler's first time here, so bear with us.
Welcome.
Come on. Come on over. Come on. Exactly. This is the teenager like, oh, I don't really want to. I just have to say about the communication device being a problem. I know that wasn't a targeted attack, but I bristled to the student that uses that device. It's every bit as functional as his wheelchair.
It certainly was no disrespect.
Yep. I get it. And I think my perspective as a parent with a child with a disability is different. Just a sidebar, I'm going to go off script for a second here. Coming here, we went into the State House by mistake. We didn't know we were over here. So a lot of people said, oh, there's this really cool tunnel you can go. Your elevator's broken. Oh.
I know.
And I spoke to 4 people. I don't know who they are, the lift to get down to the ramp. Everyone's like, oh, that's always broken. That's been broken for a long time. So I feel like ADA access to buildings, especially the state capitol, that the language it's not unclear, it's not confusing, and yet we still had to go outside, got lost, went around, we were almost late. So just the struggle's real. My name is Karen Mortimer. I live in Merrimack, New Hampshire with my husband and 2 children. Tyler, say hi to everybody. You want to say hi on the mic? Say hi. Go ahead. Too embarrassed. And my equally embarrassed 12-year-old daughter, Katie, who's in 6th grade. They may have different academic goals, but they share a fundamental right to be valued and included in their school community. Both of my children make meaningful contributions to the classrooms and thrive in their interactions with peers and educators. Tyler's enrolled in several general education classes in high school. He receives specialized education along with essential services such as transportation, speech therapy, physical therapy, occupational therapy. Together, his support team have developed a structured school day that allows him to be present in some general education settings while working on his individual education program goals. The collaboration includes service providers, paraprofessionals, general education teachers, and most importantly, his peers. Kind of off script, just I was one of the people that posted something on Facebook and stirred up a lot of, I think, panic because as it was written, it was very confusing. In that post, I got into a discussion with a supporter of the bill who I kind of said, that's my dream, is to have Tyler in a general ed classroom working on the things in his IEP, but in the general ed classroom, not in the learning support room. So, sidebar, the boiler rooms aren't called boiler rooms. Those, in some cases, are called the learning support rooms. So no one's going to say, Tyler spent 14 periods in a boiler room. It's, he was taken to the learning support room or the secluded classroom. So it's a slippery slope. An example, he was in a math class. His peers were doing long division. He is not at grade level with his math skills. So Tyler was able to participate and work on his math skills, which are identifying numbers, a speech goal, which is saying the number either verbally or with his speech device that has the same software on it. So Tyler could use that prop here. How we worked it out was Tyler would roll a dice with his peers and he would identify, that's a 6, that's a 4, that's a 3, and he would help his peers who were learning long division come up with their math problems. So Tyler's not doing long division, but he, within a class that is teaching long division, is working on his individualized math goal and a bonus speech goal because he's working with his peers. So it's the conversation about whether paraprofessionals teach. The goals are set by the certified educators, but I don't see how it could work. Someone on that social media post actually said, you expect to work with a special ed teacher, a general ed teacher, and a para or a service provider. Good luck with that. I thought, yeah, that's exactly what I do want. I'm concerned that some of the changes proposed in this bill as they're written and the revisions to the definitions regarding programs, environments, services, and instruction are confusing at best, and at worst may hinder an inclusive education experience for Tyler and other students with support needs. The changes could limit Tyler's access to a typical high school experience that he has every right to enjoy. I oppose HB 699 in its present form and urge that it be thoroughly reviewed to ensure the proposed language does not lead to a more restrictive educational environment. It's crucial to consider the needs of students like Tyler as we define the frameworks of their education.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So, Carrie Duran. Just hit your button.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Carrie Duran, and I live in Wolfboro. I am the legislative liaison for Lakes Region Community Services. We serve families and individuals with developmental disabilities and acquired brain disorders. But today I come to you as mom. My 13-year-old daughter, Katie, was born with Down syndrome, and I too saw as a parent on the special education family groups about this bill today. And I barely slept at all last night thinking about it and what I would say today. And I did put together a testimony for you, but you know what? Things have changed a little bit. And I am glad that an amendment has come forth. I am very grateful for the discussion and the questions that have come forth. My daughter's going into high school. I'm shaking right now. I normally don't get nervous, but this really worries me. My daughter has tomorrow her tour of the high school, and it would absolutely devastate me to think that she would not be given the same opportunities to take any and all general education class that she would like to. And I really encourage the committee just to take a breath, vote for this bill to be ITL, and think about if we want to make improvements to the special education system, which I am all for. Absolutely, we can always improve. But if you look at all the people in this room and everyone who has testified today, I don't think there's one person here who would not come together, collaborate on a committee, and hear from professionals in the industry, parents, collaborators, stakeholders. We're all here and we are ready to talk and share and come up with the best improvements all together that we can for our children and our students. And I really encourage you to take advantage of the fact that you have so many constituents that are here for you to answer questions, here to support, here to collaborate, here to help and make change. And I really would love to be able to go back to my daughter and hear about her tour of the high school and all the classes that she's excited about taking, and to know, to be able to tell her, hey, mom came together with so many other advocates and parents today to make sure that your rights are protected and that your friends, your best friends' rights are protected. So I would encourage you to oppose this, oppose the amendment, vote ITL, and let's slow down. Let's really collaborate and come together. And if we want to make improvements, hear from everyone, hear from the people that it directly affects. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on time.
I do my best.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Carly Fines.
First off,
It was on.
Yep. Hit it again. There you go.
First off, it's nice to meet you, IRL, Representative Noble.
Nice to meet you too, Carly.
Okay. Now, I know some of this might not be relevant given what the sponsors have said, but just because I'm a baker doesn't mean I have to sugarcoat anything, so here it goes. Ableism. It's racism and discrimination against people with disabilities. This bill is chock full of it. Taking away resources that students depend on and isolating them from their friends. Why am I urging you to vote no on this? Once upon a time, a little girl who was autistic had a support system. Whenever she needed a quiet place to eat lunch, a classroom with a teacher was open. She had weekly occupational therapy sessions. There are paraprofessionals to vent to or get help from when spiraling. If she needed a break from classes, she was allowed one. Fire drill, she was warned ahead of time. Overwhelmed by massive amounts of homework, assignments were modified for her. Over time, she developed a strong sense of self-awareness, strengths, weak spots, triggers. She learned how to advocate for herself to get what she needed to succeed. She graduated high school and moved on to one of the best universities in the nation and graduated magna cum laude. She became a grown woman who runs her own small business, got on the front cover of her hometown's magazine, and has been a guest on several neurodiversity blogs to be a role model for future generation. That little girl, you're looking at her. That's right. I wouldn't be who or where I am now without the resources and support I got during my pre-college years. Would you take away a cane or a seeing-eye dog from someone who's blind? Would you force someone who then needs a wheelchair to walk? Deny someone who's deaf an ASL interpreter in the classroom? How about taking away an oxygen tank for people who can't breathe without it? If the answer to all these questions is no, then I suggest you vote as such on this bill. If you think you can slap Judith Heumann, the mother of the disability rights movement, the woman responsible for the IDEA and the ADA, in the face with this ableist bill, you've got another thing coming. My advice, vote no, because I refuse to let you take away what I've depended on from future generations.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Carly.
You're welcome, but seriously, don't you dare take away what I've depended on from future generations.
Michael McSheehan?
Hello, thank you, committee members. Y'all are getting a lot of input, and some of it may just be out of sheer confusion. We've already heard lots of commentary about that. My name is Michael McSheehan. I'm from Rochester, New Hampshire, born and raised there, currently living there. I've submitted you some written testimony, but given all the information that we've gained this morning, I'm going to flip over to just a few specific points, and I will probably resubmit additional information in an attempt to be helpful. I think, unfortunately, based in good intentions, the proposed bill, HB 699, and the amendment that was submitted just further confused issues unnecessarily so. Part of it just maybe the emphasis is on the wrong syllable. I think if people are concerned about paras, then let's say something about how we're utilizing paras. Some specific things I do want to make sure to note here. Appreciated, and I think it's clear, the definitions for bureau, acquired brain injury, special ed information system, great, good on those. Several others need some discussion, and we can help make those more clear for your intent, as well as, so let me just quickly go through some things I've heard this morning around educational environment. Adding yet another layer of definitions for specialized educational environments seems unnecessary, given in IDEA we already have definitions of the continuum of alternative settings. Each of those have operational definitions. We've deferred to those historically. Now adding in another layer of specialized education environments seems clearly from the input this morning problematic and will raise concerns. If the Bureau is interested in having extra focus on 3 particular settings and program types, then let's name that more clearly and provide that guidance. General education setting is a setting for service delivery for special education services, and I'm concerned that the new definitions of specialized education environment are going to be really complicating for some administrators and school personnel who are clearly already struggling. In terms of related services, there's lots of confusion around this. When I first read it, I thought, what are they trying to do here? Now with a finer focus, losing the current definition does still eliminate some specific protections to children, like ensuring related services are provided when placement has been court ordered, and guidance for districts regarding boarding a child nearby the place of instruction. Those are not in IDEA, and I hear the bells are ringing and I got 2 more points, but I will adhere to your time limits.
Is there any questions? Representative Hall.
Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Could you tell us what one of those, the most important point left out?
Under specially designed instruction, again, if the concern is about paras, and I share several concerns there, let's specify maybe what paras shouldn't be doing versus layering in a requirement to use certified personnel for all of the special education services. If we're training and coaching and supervising paras, there are things that they can do that will be both effective for students and more cost effective for school districts. I see taxpayer dollar red flags all over this, the way that it's currently worded, and that could be really problematic.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Louis Esposito?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and committee members. My name is Louis Esposito. I'm the Executive Director at ABLE, New Hampshire. I'm also a resident of Brookline, New Hampshire. As someone who worked directly with students with disabilities as a paraprofessional, a special education teacher, an advocate, a parent, and a friend, there are several components to this bill that are alarming. I think we've all addressed a lot of these points today. I just really want to emphasize that, I think a lot of us are really concerned about this bill. And I really like the atmosphere of collaboration to try to make this work. I think all of us here want to see students with special education succeed. I wouldn't call myself a boiler room teacher, but my first classroom teacher when I was my first year teaching had office dividers and a shower curtain for a door. So I understand that. My students were for the most part left completely away from the general education environment. I had to really push to get them there, and it was really challenging. And when we start the conversation, in a resource room or segregated room, it's really hard to get back in there. I know there are a lot of arguments about changing the definitions and removing things. I guess I really want to emphasize the importance of in New Hampshire we have a long history of making things better. And we shouldn't be stripping things. We should be redefining them, and we should be improving our education. And the federal standards are just that, they're a basement. And I think we could continue to strive. And especially with some concerns coming from the federal level. I know recently there was a HR 899, which wants to terminate the DOE. We're really concerned about that. And we start stripping definitions today, and we don't know what's going to come from that level too. So I think it's important to really hold New Hampshire special education at the highest regard. So. And I have a testimony that I wrote up, but I'll alter it just based off our conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my question. Thank you for taking my question. So with regard to some of the things you mentioned regarding sort of the pull-out model that is no longer really best practice, and we're talking about push-in models and differentiated instruction methods, do you see there being an opportunity for more clarity around that type of best practice instruction being enumerated in the bill, or at least defined somewhere else?
I think more. Thank you for your question, Representative Murray. I think it'd be helpful to really define it. Pull-out services don't work for everybody. I've been in models in the schools where it was primarily pull-out, but the goal should be to bring the kid back into the general education classroom. So to specify that and clarify that in this bill would be fantastic. I think this is a really great opportunity to really define, what this bill should be.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in front of us. You stated that you think we are stripping definitions, but equally, do you think we're replacing those definitions as well?
I guess it's a little bit of both. I think when we start removing definitions like functionally blind, we're leaving a population that are relying on those supports to, kind of reestablish what they need to be. I think redefining it is a kind of a different conversation. I think we should be adding to our definitions and clarifying things as opposed to removing them.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Bonnie Dunham.
I'm glad the microphone's already on, so I don't have to touch it with my germy fingers. Thank you. I'll just slide myself over. So my name is Bonnie Dunham, and I live in Merrimack, New Hampshire. While I believe that the bill has was written with the best of intentions, and there are some okay things in it, and the amendment made it better, I still have concerns about several of the proposed changes. First is the proposal to remove the definition of related services. While both IDEA and the New Hampshire standards include a definition of related services, one in New Hampshire standards references the one in IDEA, neither include that the school district may board a child as close to the place where instruction is to be furnished as possible, and then provide transportation to and from that place to where the child is going to be receiving that instruction. While that's a rare situation when that would be needed, unless it's included in another New Hampshire law, and I did my best to look, it would be lost. I would hate to see it eliminated as an option for school districts and families who may decide that that's the way they can provide a FAPE to that child in the least restrictive environment. Also, since the New Hampshire standards reference IDEA, if IDEA were amended to change the definition of related services, all we did was reference IDEA, ours would automatically revert to whatever lower standard they set, because I haven't seen them raise their standards a lot lately. And so regarding the definition of functionally blind, it may be okay to remove that. I don't know. I do know, though, in 2006, Bill Finn, who was the head of blind services for vocational rehabilitation, told the committee that it was added because the National Federation of the Blind asked states to add that definition to ensure they all had protections for children with functional blindness. Lots changed since 2006, so it may not be needed, but I'd recommend checking with Future Insight, who serves parents, children with vision impairments, before doing that. I'm glad that the sponsor added special before the term educational environment, because it really, you're just using educational environment. That means settings in every other place in the law. It includes playgrounds and lunchrooms. It isn't just the classroom. And I would like to see something added that would emphasize that the regular ed classroom is the first consideration. I know it's in the LRE provisions, but with all of the concerns that have been raised today, it would be nice to hyper-emphasize it. I asked that language be added to clarify that a paraprofessional or other individual who is working under the direct supervision of a special education teacher may assist in the provision of special education or specialized instruction, or may reinforce what the special education teacher has taught, so that that can happen in the general education classroom more easily. There's a lot more kids with disabilities than there are special ed teachers out there, and so I'd hate to see that kids get lost along the way because of that shortage. Also, this is picky, but specially designed instruction, it says it's defined in IDEA and means. If it's defined in IDEA, that's what it means. And so I think what this means to say is it's defined in IDEA and is, and then the extra qualifiers that we have. And so I would like to recommend that this be referred to interim study, because I think it can be fixed. But, and I think there are a lot of people here who've said they're willing to help do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Jane Bergeron?
Good morning. For the record, my name is Jane Bergeron Beaulieu. I'm the Executive Director for the New Hampshire Association of Special Ed Administrators, and I'm here representing over 300 members of leaders in the field of special education. I'm not going to rehash any of the information that's already been brought to your attention. As you'll see in my testimony, I started off with recognizing the importance of these rules, and that it's really important for us to get them right. Equally important is that all of the voices that you've heard today from all of the valued stakeholders are typically involved when rule changes come about. And we work together collaboratively. And our members were really taken aback and surprised that all of these revisions were being made and that all of the stakeholders had not been at the table for the conversation, which resulted in a lot of confusion today. So while it was well intended, we would say that, you know, we certainly don't support this bill and would ask that more folks be brought to the table for further conversation. Specifically, some of the things that our members looked at in this bill, there was concern raised around the definition of specially designed instruction. It does start off with federal rules, at least in the original bill, and then took a New Hampshire twist. When you look at the bill as it was written, it talks about specially designed instruction only being provided by special educators and related service providers. We know people like reading specialists who are not special ed certified, who are highly trained in specialized reading programs, should be able to, and in terms of providing specialized reading instructions, such as Orton Gillingham, be considered as providing specially designed instruction. You have adaptive physical education teachers who are providing very specific PE to students that wouldn't be considered specially designed instruction. So I think, you know, going back to the federal definition and sticking to that would be really important. So I would just close by saying, from our viewpoint, the bill as written, even with the amendments, really lacks clarity, is rather confusing, and is certainly could use a lot of editing and changing. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Heather Barker?
Good morning, and thank you for letting me testify this morning. My name is Heather Barker, and I am the SSC Director here in Concord for the New Hampshire School Administrators Association, so supporting superintendents and central office administrators in better understanding how we serve our most vulnerable population. So I have been in conversation with the Department of Ed and other groups around the state, and as NHSAA, we talked about this bill last week during our legislative priority meetings. And we were in favor initially of supporting the idea, because it is a great idea when we can match what's happening in our state rules with the federal rules, because it cleans up misunderstandings, people who may, misinterpret or narrowly interpret things. So language really matters. Vocabulary really matters. Definitions really matter. And then over the weekend, I saw a lot of stuff on social media, tremendous fear in the parent population who are our partners about the loss of rights for their children. And that was not, I'm sure I was really glad to hear that, the intention of this bill. However, given how it's been written, even with the amendments, it really is clear to me, as someone who is incredibly committed to children and their needs, we need to take a look at this again. Because my real concern now, after listening to all of this, if we can't come to an agreement on what it all means, or if we change a word here or a word there, are we going to be all set? That lack of clarity around those really important things, like the continuum of services, like not every student can be educated in the general education classrooms. If we are talking about our private special ed settings, rate setting, and that whole responsibility in our Department of Ed, I don't even see that in here. So I worry about people's good intentions can be misinterpreted or narrowly interpreted. So that's the fear you're sensing from parents is, okay, if it's not clearly stated, then they're not going to provide it to me, because some people have had bad experiences, unfortunately, in serving and advocating for their children and working with school districts. So that narrow interpretation could be a real problem around that. Related services, the licensing, there's differences between licenses and credentials. There's special education, there's related services, and then there's paraeducators who are actually a supplemental aid and support. And I'm really concerned when I hear that stuff, because frankly, the paraeducator
I was glad to see that we have Nessus in here, right? Our information system, the electronic one. However, listed in the special ed service grid, in the dropdown where people choose who is providing the special education, right now we still have paraeducator there. I brought it up again, the Department of Ed is working on getting it taken out, but when you have that level of confusion, this is how things like this happen. So I would love to support clarity, definitions, common vocabulary, streamlining, making our state consistent with the federal rules. However, right now, as it is, I can't support it.
Thank you. Representative Dry?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. If we did this in interim study and did all those things, would that be a step in the right
Absolutely,
direction?
absolutely would support cleaning up our definitions.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Kristen Mancharamani?
Good morning. Thank you all. Kristen Moncharmani, Office of the Advocate for Special Education here in New Hampshire. And we are really more often than not articulating parent voices in disputes over what their students need. So definitely very committed to ensuring that our students receive every piece in the proper manner of special education to which they're entitled. I don't want to echo a lot of what everyone said. I want to try to provide some clarification on a few points. But the one thing that I urge that we not lose is that we've had many cases in our office, and I know the Department of Education is aware of this as well, where we do need some better legislation around the question of educational environments under broad approved special education programs, because we are seeing over and over and over again, it's not an isolated case, instances where the concept of the substantially separate classrooms on the continuum becomes, they're really called self-contained special education classes, become isolated offices, spots, and hallways. This is where you get the boiler room reference. I don't want to imply that I've seen most of them in boiler rooms, but really in environments that are both not appropriate, not inclusive. It's our argument that we're seeing many of these as being more restrictive than some of the further down the continuum separate special ed schools, because some of these students have no peers. And this is happening all too frequently. And I think the effort being made, so even as this gets cleaned up, I want to make sure this does not get abandoned in terms of attention. The effort that's being made, I think, by the Department of Ed was to say to districts, look, just because we've approved your whole special education program and we've approved a self-contained special ed class that you might have, that doesn't mean we can suddenly take certain students and put them in other things and say, well, this is their separate special ed self-contained class, and this is that student's special education self-contained class. If we're doing that, all of those environments need to be approved, and more importantly, because the word environment can become confusing, what it means by these definitions is that all the providers in those environments also need to be approved, because that is where we are seeing all too much time being spent with paraeducators. Specially designed instruction is in your service delivery grid in the IEP, and it has a provider listed next to it. And so there are places to put the paraeducators in those service delivery grids. It would not be called specially designed instruction. Specially designed instruction in the number of minutes per week should be provided by a special education teacher. And I agree with the effort if we have lack of clarity in the Nessus system such that we can select the wrong provider to provide specially designed instruction, we have to clean that up. But we do need to give the department more authority and us more ability to say to the department to raise an issue, please go look at where this child is being educated, because this is coming up in, I would tell you, 20% of our cases. We do deal, that doesn't mean it's happening in 20% of the cases statewide. My office deals with really more egregious situations that have gone on for a long time, often higher needs. But we want to make sure that we're giving them that ability.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So would you support an interim study on this?
I would support an interim study, and actually, I do support most of what is in the amendment because I think the amendment does clarify some important things. And just to speak to that related services piece, the IDEA federal definition of related services is much, much broader than what was in the state piece. It's actually quite good in the IDEA. And so by writing anything in our state that is definitional, that narrows, we do a disservice, right? We should not be writing any definitions that narrow. And unfortunately, I don't think it's feasible in our legislation to write in everything that is there in the IDEA. So I really do believe that the intent was take out something that's much narrower because that definition had the potential, if someone didn't fight it properly, to limit, not expand the rights of students.
Thank you.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you please tell us approximately how many cases your office is currently involved in, and if you have it, roughly what portion of special ed students across the state that is?
Okay, so we are always going to be involved in a tiny fraction of cases across the state. Cases across the state for IEPs exceed 30,000. We have 2 full-time staff members, myself and my colleague, Tim Lenahan, who are here. Last year, we were in a year period, our first year of operation, we were very actively involved in 40 to 50 cases in terms of resolution. Most of the time, it was just me at that point. Right now, we are getting inquiries that are, not even just inquiries, requests for assistance that top about 40 a month. We are not coming close to being, we simply just are so radically understaffed. I would say at any given time, Tim and I are each actively handling probably about 10 cases in addition to trying to weigh in on policy and, meet with DOE and raise issues that could be systemic.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that will close the hearing on 699. We do still have a couple of hearings left, and we're going to break for lunch and be back here at 1 o'clock.
Thank you. We'll get started again. We have two hearings left from this morning, starting with House Bill 754, which is establishing an automatic discovery and due process hearings for actions seeking to enforce special education rights. And since I don't see the prime sponsor or any of the co-sponsors, Representative Terry has volunteered to introduce the bill for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Representative Paul Terry representing Alton and Barnstead, and I'm here to introduce House Bill 754 on behalf of the sponsor and or co-sponsors, none of whom appear to be present at the moment, but to get the ball rolling, I'm introducing the bill, and no, I would prefer not to take any questions.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, and we appreciate your introduction. And I do have one card. That is Kristen Moncharami, the Office of Special Education Advocate.
Good afternoon. Yes, Kristen Moncharmani here with the Office of the Special Education Advocate. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to testify on this. The office supports a version of automatic discovery that I do want to talk about here today. We don't support this bill as it's written, and I will tell you why. We have submitted to the prime sponsor what our proposed language would be for a redraft of this. So to define the term discovery, I think those of you who are lawyers understand it, but otherwise it's kind of a general term. When we're in the process of dispute resolution, and so this in some respects can address a finding of the special education dispute resolution audit, which really called for efforts to make the process more open to parents, pro se. A lot of parents came forth during that audit conduct and said, we're paying anywhere from $10,000 to $60,000 fees to advocates or attorneys to even bring our cases to some kind of resolution. So, that shouldn't be the case, because really in terms of accountability for our special ed dollars and for outcomes, parents should be able to bring situations to resolution when they don't believe the services are accomplishing what they need, which is making adequate progress for a student. So a version of so-called discovery, which is the process by which all the documents get produced that support or oppose a position taken in a case. There are a lot of rules around that production of documents. Sometimes there are motions for or against the production of documents. It gets argued out before the hearing officers, but the whole kit and caboodle of producing documents is the discovery. What my office has found in working with parents over the past year and a half, and we have had occasion to be in due process hearings on a number of times, is that sometimes the points really get lost in thousands and thousands of pages of documents that are being produced. It's overwhelming for a parent, pro se. If the parent hires an advocate or attorney, because it's not a case that our office could take, and we are working in only the tiniest fraction of the cases that come up, that is just time for our hearing officers, time for the parents to go through these thousands and thousands of pages. And really, special education disputes, if we're looking for accountability and transparency, should boil down to progress reports, evaluations, and something called the written prior notices, which is the document by which a parent might have said, I'm requesting X, and the school district says yes or no and gives their reasons why. It's a required document. There's a written prior notice. We acknowledge that you've requested this, and we're saying yes or we're saying no, and we're basing our answer on the following: these evaluations, these progress reports, etc. So our office would very, very heavily support a bill that said, yes, every case that comes up, there is an automatic discovery before the first conference, before the pre-hearing conference, which is the first time that the parents get in front of the hearing officer, or both parties get in front of the hearing officer most of the time. And what gets produced by the district is just what's in the enumerated list here. My issue with the bill, the reason we're not supporting it is because the paragraph before the enumerated list under, sorry, let me turn my, it's numbered a bit wrong here, I think, in the bill, but Roman numeral 3-B, we're not supporting what's in that paragraph A there because it allows for this same dump of data that I'm talking about that can really obscure issues and thousands of pages. We are supporting the idea that what's listed in this B, such discoverable items and information are, I would strike the shall include but not be limited to. And then a list of pieces, because those would make the process of dispute resolution far, far more accessible to the parents. It would actually let the hearing officers know what the case is about. For the most part here, if the hearing officer gets several thousand pages, they say to the parties, you tell me what to focus on. I'm not reading through all these several thousand pages. So it puts actually a procedural burden on the parent during the hearing to know how to reference the documents virtually and have a witness who brings them in, et cetera. It creates a lot of burden. And it just does not allow for the really clear issues to come forward. To give some examples, I had a couple cases in the past few months where we had to prove a negative. We had to prove that on the parent's behalf that there weren't progress reports. It sounds easy, except that in thousands and thousands of pages of documents that were produced, we were in a position after endless hours of hearing of saying to a witness, well, where is your evidence of progress? Point us to the progress reports. Well, I'm sure they're in here. I mean, do you want me to say, I can't, sitting in the hearing, go through the thousands of pages. And I sort of made the point, but I'm not allowed to testify as an advocate. I have gone through them. Are you certain? Can you point us to the pages? Well, not right now, but I'm sure they're there. So it's a very odd position of having to kind of prove a negative that they're not there in the many thousands of pages, when these cases should be simpler, and it would hold districts accountable for progress if every single time a parent filed a complaint, the next step that happened was, great, produce the last 3 years of progress reports, evaluations, and your written prior notices where you said whether you were granting or denying a parent request and on what basis. And that's it. Don't produce any more than that. Just produce that to the hearing officer so that he or she can digest it and there can be active management of the case. And a hearing officer or even a school district representative who's just taken over a case, which happens many, many times, can themselves say, let me look at this before I continue to prosecute this case. Let me look at whether I do actually have these basic, simple documents that should be the accountability piece. So we do support a version of this bill and have provided language that amends what's here. What's here, I fear, would just require something that I think is actually a negative, which is a huge dump of information, because it's saying, give us everything that shows the appropriateness of the placement, and it would include these documents but not be limited to them. I think that less is more, and actually requiring the more is a disadvantage. But some version of automatic discovery would be a huge, huge change in our processes and very beneficial to pro se parents. Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. So when you're talking about pro se parents, that means they're obviously representing themselves.
Yes.
So you're using that definition, but you're not using the definition of discovery in the traditional legal sense that it is open to a broad swath of things. You're wanting a more narrow scope defined by those progress reports. What are the other two?
So it is what's written here. It's number one would only apply in certain cases. So in our redrafted amendment, we say only when the eligibility is at issue in the first place. But it's the IEP drafts, the written prior notices. We rewrote it as evaluations and progress reports. To your point, no. And in the language we've proposed, we do say, it would be inappropriate for this legislature to try to limit the discovery that's permissible above and beyond what we've termed core documents. That would still be permissible for either party to provide, saying we need to supplement to make our point, these basic core documents. But what we would like to see is that as soon as, the first step in a hearing happens, those documents that parents may have received at some point in 3 years, probably electronically. A lot of parents don't even realize the importance of the written prior notices from a legal sense, that these documents would come up in a very standardized packet that every hearing officer knew I can look for the WPNs, written prior notice, the progress of it, reports, the evaluations, and get a sense of this case. And then additional discovery it is provided under the rules and very much delineated, and it would have to continue to be allowed. We're not trying to rewrite that.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So where is the language that you proposed?
We did submit it to Representative Murphy, and I can circulate it to this full committee or to the chair and ask that he circulate it.
Thank you.
Representative Damon, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question.
Yeah.
In the vein of if you don't know, you should ask, what is a written prior notice? I get the written part.
Sure. So every single time that a parent requests or that a school district proposes to make a substantive change, and that's further defined, but essentially something that changes the placement of a child, the services that a child is receiving under special education, the district's required not only to kind of hold the meeting and discuss that, but actually put in writing the proposal, whether it came from the parent or the district. If it came from the parent, whether they're agreeing to or denying that proposal, and the basis. So usually it's pretty streamlined. It would say parent requests specially designed instruction in writing. District refuses to provide that because on the basis of the progress reports, et cetera, or this evaluation, we don't think it's needed. A big one that comes up, more substantial than one specific service, parent requests an outplacement. District refuses on the basis that the student is making adequate progress as demonstrated by the progress reports. So again, we're just saying, okay, this is a legal document. This is really where a case should be based. We should not have cases going to hearings unless something specific has been requested, has been denied with a basis expressed, which is what the written prior notice is required to do for that denial. And that denial basis usually can be found in progress reports or evaluations. What is important to understand is that these are very legal documents. Parents often receive them alongside. They receive this written prior notice, and you almost kind of brush it aside because it's received alongside a very large packet of IEP documents sometimes, making amendments, etc. Its significance is sometimes overlooked. And it is hard for parents because they are receiving tons and tons and tons of documentation to really have a good case file. They don't think when they're having these discussions back and forth with their school district that they're eventually going to end up in a hearing on these pieces. So parents have not always retained them. The school districts are required to in the files. We're just asking automatically produce a case file that is streamlined, that the hearing officer knows to look for these items every time. And it will make it very obvious if they're not there. The parent won't be in a position of proving that the needle is not in the haystack. There are no progress reports in these thousands of pages for this whole year. Instead, the hearing officer would have seen that day one. Where are my progress reports? I don't have any. District. What's going on?
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. Hope you enjoyed the quick lunch. There's a question where you said that you provided additional, I think somebody brought up additional language to Representative Murphy. Is that, so the language here is not from your department?
No, it's not.
Okay, may I follow? Thank you. So that information, is that going to come as an amendment? Are you distributing it to the whole committee or are we not going to see it?
I will do that.
Oh, you have it? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's not in the form of an amendment yet.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. Thank you.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in front of us. So, I'm going to play a little bit of, I'm going to ask you a question if you don't mind. Would you not agree that obtaining all of the stated information should be left up to the parents? I understand exactly, as a parent of a child on the spectrum, for 12 years, I went through every IEP process there was twice to process. So I understand what you're saying, but I'm at an advantage. I'm an occupational therapist, so I know how to read those documents. But shouldn't we leave that decision up to the parents?
I just want to clarify the decision question. So I think that parents are still free, and in the language we've proposed, we are explicit in saying none of what we're talking about that should be produced as a set of core documents to the hearing officer up front limits in any way the right of either party to voluntarily submit additional or to request additional discovery.
Thank you, follow-up. And I think that's what's missing is the new language, but I thank you for the answer. Thank you.
Representative Cornell.
So what you're proposing would streamline this and make it easier, and the fiscal note says that it's indeterminable because you can't tell how many actions will be taken, but it probably would be less if parents got this and could understand more easily what they needed, what was going on, what they were being given. You know, I'm having flashbacks to the last bill, which was so confusing that I don't think anybody by the end of the hearing knew what was going on. So this seems like what you want to do in your amendment would make it easier for everybody.
Yes, that is always the intention, with the idea that more transparency leads to more accurate outcomes. In terms of the fiscal impact, I would say that merely requiring a set of core documents to be produced that are already definitively required to be in the school district's files, and if they're not there, it means they don't exist. Often they don't exist. That's part of the problem. Not often, but at times when we're going to hearing. But there should be no fiscal impact to just requiring a quick, let me pull these and submit them electronically from the files. It should cut down on the cost of some hearings for even the hearing officer's time.
Thank you.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So you said that this language or this bill didn't come from your office. I know that the prime sponsor isn't here, but do you know why this bill is necessary from the prime sponsor's position, and why this specific language and where it came from as is right now?
I do know. It was the outgrowth of a conversation that my office was involved in about the process of hearings. And we did suggest that there should be sort of a hearing packet that was automatically provided on the basis of our experience doing some of these hearings and not having that information with clarity. But we were sort of explicit that it should not go beyond this core set of documents that was required because it would sort of defeat the purpose. We did not draft the language. It is why, as I've said, we've kind of weighed in to say the language came from parents who sometimes been strong advocates, but you know, as I said, we've provided our take on an amendment.
Just a quick follow-up. So these, what you have said is this information is oftentimes already included in the file that the school district has to send to the parent anyway when they get to this stage, because you referred to a data dump. So I'm assuming that part of the problem from the way you're describing it is that what hearing officers need are these specific informations, but they're going to have to dig through the whole file to get at them. Is that a correct assumption?
It's largely accurate. I would just provide one clarification. At the time of a hearing, these documents are not necessarily sent to the parent. These documents might have been sent to the parent over the course of a few years prior, and they should be in the school district's files. The school district is nowhere required to turn over its entire file. The only thing the district is required to provide is what they feel would support their case, and anything that a parent knows to draft a discovery request during the hearing to specifically ask for. that's actually a tall order for a parent, because though they know they could ask for documents, they're like, in what form? How do I ask for the right things? Many parents we deal with would not even necessarily know. They wouldn't know to ask for a written prior notice. Whereas I think that's one of the most important documents, because it has to succinctly summarize. We acknowledge getting this request. Here's how we acted on it, and here's why. And that kind of gives you your roadmap to dive into the whys and what the data was to support it. So at no point in a hearing is anyone required to turn over right now these specific documents. And we think that would be a very helpful step in the process.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. One question I do have is how this process would potentially stand in support of or contradiction to 91A.
So I would tell you, once you're in a hearing setting, 91A becomes less relevant, because it really is going to be the discovery process and the rules that are kind of laid out for discovery. Rarely would one of our parties in the course of a hearing need to do a 91A request, because they can do a so-called voluntary discovery or production of documents request. And it is presumed that unless a good reason is advanced and the hearing officer rules that documents don't have to be produced by either party, that there is an obligation to produce whatever's been asked for. The problem is the onus is on the parent to know exactly what to ask for and to draft these essentially legal motions, and then argue for why they need those documents if someone objects. So it is substantively, what you get might not be so different from a 91A request, but it would, in a hearing process, be done under the discovery rules.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you. Last question. I know he didn't like to give me two. If what I'm hearing is, assuming that we don't have any other language, and assuming that you're the advocate for the parents, why isn't it your office just can't prepare a simple little request sheet for the parents to say, these are the things you should ask for?
We can. And we are talking about doing that. And actually, that is, to Representative Balboni's prior question, this discussion came up within a broader discussion of what are the things that we can do right now to simplify and to assist parents in a formulaic way with pursuing their cases. Again, onus is still on the parent to actually ask for that, fill out that form, and we could not. We think there's a benefit both for the clarification of the issues, whether it ends up benefiting parent or district in the end, but we also think it would help our hearing officers to better manage the cases and to have a clear picture from day one about what the issues are that they're weighing in on. So we didn't want to put this necessarily just as the burden of the parent. We certainly can do that and would, in the absence of this legislation, draft that sample form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for being here. There's no one else who wishes to testify on 754. We'll close that hearing and move on to House Bill 753 relative to expedited due process hearings to enforce special education rights. And since he did such an outstanding job in introducing the previous bill, I will ask Representative Terry to introduce this bill as well.
We're going to ask you questions.
You might receive some very interesting responses, I should say. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am here to introduce HB 753FN relative to expedited due process hearings to enforce special education rights, and I'm doing so in the absence of the sponsor or any co-sponsors. And I would prefer not to take any questions for fear that the information I provide may not be of help to the committee. Thank you.
And we'll remember that for future hearings as well.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I hope to be back sometime.
Thank you, Representative.
Bonnie Dunham.
My name is Bonnie Dunham, and I live in Merrimack, New Hampshire. I'm here as a regular person, just as private citizen. And I'm asking you to please support this bill. It's to ensure that an expedited due process hearing can't take longer than a regular due process hearing. There are two types of due process hearings, a regular one and an expedited one. And you might think, given the definition of the word expedited, that it would mean it would be faster, but that's not necessarily true. A regular due process hearing is a procedure that parents and schools can use to resolve a dispute on anything having to do with identification, evaluation, placement, or the provision of a free appropriate public education for a child. It must be completed and the decision mailed to the parties within 45 calendar days. The caveat is that if a parent files for that due process hearing, there's an additional 30-day resolution period before the 45-day clock starts ticking. And that's intended to give the school one more chance to try to solve it to the parent's satisfaction. So maximum 30 to 40, it would be 45 plus 30, 75 days. If the parent and the school district decide to waive the resolution session, it would be 45 calendar days. But for discipline-related issues, including when a parent disagrees with the decision to remove a child for behavioral issues, or when they disagree with whether the behavior was the result of the child's disability or the result of the school district's failure to implement the IEP, it's called the manifestation determination meeting. Or when a school district asks a hearing officer to remove a child from their current placement because they believe that maintaining them in that placement is substantially likely to result in injury to the others, the hearing must be expedited. The timeline for an expedited due process hearing is 20 school days for the hearing to be held, plus 10 more school days for the hearing officer to render a decision. There's also a 15-day resolution session that would start before that clock starts ticking, unless the parent and the school district decided to waive it. So that would be 30 school days plus 15 school days. I managed to find the Manchester School District's calendar for last year and this year. Last year's was hard, but I found it to give an example. So if you lived in Manchester and a request for a regular old due process hearing was filed on June 3rd of last year, the hearing would be completed and a decision given by July 18th if there was no resolution session, and even with that, it would be completed by August 16th. That's 10.5 weeks after the hearing request was filed, but still in time for everything to be resolved before you go back to school. But if on that June 3rd of last year, an expedited due process hearing was requested, then the decision wouldn't be rendered until October 2nd if there was no resolution session, and October 17th if that resolution period was used, 19.5 weeks after the request was filed. That means that an expedited due process hearing would take between 9 and 11 weeks longer than a regular due process hearing. So you might ask, why wouldn't the parent and school district just file for a regular due process hearing? And it's because they aren't allowed to. If it's for a discipline issue, they must file for an expedited due process hearing. And there are letters put out by the Office of Special Education Programs that clarify that, yes, indeed, that means even if it takes longer. This bill meets the requirement in IDEA that an expedited due process hearing must occur within 20 school days and a decision made within 10 school days after the hearing is filed. Because in instances, like if it happens over the summer, 45 calendar days is within 20 school days. And so it's addressing both, plus those 10 school days. So this bill would only apply in those really rare instances when the issue is a discipline issue, and that's why the hearing was filed. And it happens to be at the time of year when having the hearing expedited would mean that it takes longer, much longer in some cases than a regular due process hearing. That's just not reasonable. We all know what expedited means, so I would like to ask you to please recommend this ought to pass to ensure that expedited means that the hearing will be faster or at least not longer than a regular due process hearing. And I'm happy to take questions. I've given you probably a page full of footnotes in the written testimony so that you can find any extra information that you're looking for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm sorry I haven't gotten time to look through all that, but I think this is a quick answer. So the obvious thing that stands out to me is the difference between calendar days versus school days. And if I understood correctly, it's the 30 the school days ones comes from the IDEA. The federal?
They both timelines come from the IDEA, in the fact that the expedited one is 30 school days for the decision to be rendered. And when that expedited was established, it was because the purpose of the expedited hearing was to ensure the matter was resolved promptly and the child's educational program is not adversely affected by undue delays. That didn't quite work out the way they might have intended.
Follow up, please.
Yes.
So the only way to rectify the situation is to change the state law because you can't do anything about the federal law.
Yes, and this, you're not changed, the federal law still says the timelines still are in place. You're just saying that if it happens to take longer, then it can't take longer, that we would have to make sure that both were finished within the shorter timeline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wanted to testify on 753? Seeing none, thank you. We'll close that hearing, and we're going to move on in a couple of minutes to our oh, exactly. Okay. I'm used to seeing my. Yes, we have an exec session coming up in a few minutes. Okay, I believe we're about ready to start our executive session. And first, we'll take up House Bill 677, requiring schools to maintain a supply of EpiPen injectors for use in the event of an emergency. Representative Terry, do you have a motion that you would like to make?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move ought to pass.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second, Representative Murray. Would you like to comment on your motion?
Well, in this instance, I may speak to the bill, whereas on the previous two, I did not.
That's fine with us.
It appears as though we may be on a track for a bipartisan vote on this bill. So I will not necessarily feel that I need to belabor my remarks. This is a common sense bill. This is a good bill, and it reminds me of the bill that we had last term in Commerce with respect to paddles, which for coronary events. There was a good discussion around this bill, but I don't recall that there were any serious defects or deficiencies that were pointed out by any of us. And so I think we should move expeditiously to move this bill forward to the full House and hopefully for passage and signed into law. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Murray, any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I just think that it makes sense in the event of there being an allergy, which we heard that there are high instances of allergies where anaphylaxis can happen. So I second the motion.
Thank you. Any further comments from anyone else on the committee? No, seeing none. Madam Clerk? Yeah, when you're ready.
Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonnell.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
And Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
18 yeas, 0 nays.
Consent okay with everybody? Thank you.
Who's writing the report?
Terry. Representative Terry, would you write the report on that? Thank you. There are two bills that we were thinking of executing today that we will hold off on. HB 121, Special Ed Advisory Councils. I have to work on an amendment on that. And HB 398 in terms of genocide studies for people impacted who have disabilities. And we're going to hold off on that one. So next we'll take up House Bill 68, which is making best interest placements within the same school district mandatory in the absence of a valid reason to deny placement. That's House Bill 68. And, yep, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move this bill ought to pass, and I also move forward an amendment.
Great, thank you. Does everyone have the amendment? Okay. I think, Representative, that's Amendment 0103H?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Is there a second? Sure. Okay, Representative Morse? Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. Do I speak to the amendment or to the bill?
You can speak to the bill as amended.
Okay. The amendment in front of you was mentioned during the hearing. It just removes the reference to private schools because that was never intended to be included. It just corrects an oversight that was made during drafting. The bill as amended
remedies the existing process of best interest placements by increasing communication between superintendents and parents, thus increasing transparency. Under current law, parents may request for their student to attend another school within the same district. Since most requests result from unfortunate circumstances such as extreme bullying, the superintendent typically approves the request. However, when requests for best interest placements are denied, parents deserve to know why, and this bill requires superintendents to explain in writing why accommodations were not met within 10 days of the decision. And furthermore, this bill requires best interest placements to be approved absent a valid reason to deny the request. And then finally, this bill has neither a fiscal impact nor an impact on districts with only one available school for the grade level. So again, I move on to pass.
Thank you. Anything further? No. Okay. Any other comments from the committee? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. We talking about the main bill, or the amendment, Mr. Chair?
You can talk about either if you wish.
Okay, well, I feel I'm getting the wrong look here. But on the amendment, I'm just concerned where it says shall. That we're requiring the superintendent to do something. I understand the need to have the follow-up, the quick follow-up. That was no question. There's no need to go beyond 10 days. And I appreciate that Representative from Salem made that change. But I still have a concern about requiring the superintendent exactly what he has to do in law, in terms of just a decision before he sees all the data.
If I may respond, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The amended language does not change the shall. The shall appears in the original bill as well. The amendment only removes where it says approved private school. That 3 words are changed. That's it.
Yes.
Well, line 9, the superintendent shall approve the early class time unless. That's my concern.
Yes, and that appears within the original bill as well. The amendment does not change that.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Call the amendment. This. Oh, I'm sorry.
We'd like to chat about
Okay.
Talk for a minute about the amendment.
Okay.
Thanks.
We will have a brief caucus.
We want a very secret place.
Any other further discussion from committee members?
This is just on the amendment, correct?
The amendment, yes. Madam Clerk? Yes.
Vice Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Snodgrass,
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
Okay. So I think next we're on to our motion for ought to pass as amended. Any further discussion on the main motion? Representative Balboni.
Yes. The reason that I will not be voting in favor of this bill is it presents a lot of issues that really aren't addressed in it. It basically allows a parent to decide where they want their child to go to school in any school within the district. There's a lot of planning that goes on every year with school districts and deciding classroom compositions. A lot of staffing concerns, knowing in advance what students you're going to be servicing in terms of special education services. There is already a process in place for parents to do this, but to make the assumption that the superintendent shall grant the request without taking into consideration all of these other issues, I find to be problematic. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Hey, Reverend Cordelli, just to follow up, I also will not be supporting this, but my read's a little bit different. It doesn't identify the number of times a parent can apply or how many times they can move during the year. And it doesn't identify the school calendar. And my concern is on multi-school, like elementary schools, larger community, 2 middle schools. When that youngster moves, the curriculum may not be aligned at all. And they could be way behind or way ahead, and then we lost teacher time going to new class reorientation. So I think the 10-day piece is by itself is terrific. The rest I can't support. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Cornell.
I also won't be supporting this, and I do like the 10-day thing, but it still says the superintendent does not find in the best interest of the student can request a hearing to determine if the student has experienced a manifest educational hardship. That's already in law. So we don't really need to be doing this because they can request it. And this one again says to determine if a student has experienced a manifest educational hardship. So I don't know that this is even necessary. So I will be voting no.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, we're voting on ought to pass as amended with amendment 0103H.
Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Representative Kluger.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
Will there be a minority report? Representative Murray? Thank you. And if we could get all the reports in on Wednesday morning to me by Wednesday morning, be great, so we can get them in the calendar for session next week. Yes.
Are those in handwritten or via email?
Email, there's a form. Electronically is easier, so you can copy and paste, but if that doesn't work for you, then paper's okay. Yeah. Next, we'll take up.
Not 121.
No.
Okay. 229.
House Bill 329 relative to school district policies governing air quality and temperature issues in schools. And Representative Terry, I believe you have a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move in expedient to legislate.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Representative Nato. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure. We heard extensive testimony given on this bill, and what we heard was rather interesting as we moved through the testimony. Both the Superintendent's Association and the School Boards Association indicated that they believed that this was unnecessary and that they were perfectly capable of being able to handle this as school administrators and as local school boards. We certainly value local control here with respect to our schools, and we hear this repeatedly. And I think, given the fact that we have heard from the School Boards Association, the Superintendent's Association, that they believe that they can provide a safe environment for the students in their schools, this bill is really unnecessary. One final note here that with respect to the Environmental Protection Agency tools, once again, this appears to be an affront to local control because the word encourage is removed and the word require is being put in place. Feel that's unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Nato, do you have any further comments? Okay, thank you. Comments from the committee? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you. Sure. This bill has been long-standing in the air quality piece, and I made the note, and I actually thought that I'd written the School Board Association supported it, but apparently I was wrong. But that being said, all this does is add the temperature when they do the annual inspection. And the bill really doesn't solve a lot because they do the annual inspection typically in June and July when nobody's in the building. But it does identify a need that teachers identified that impacts academic learning, and that is the heat in the building. So when we have 75, not bad, 85, 90 in September, because we don't have air conditioning in the buildings, or the only place that has it is the administrator's office or the principal's office, everyone else is sweltering, we really don't see a lot of learning going on, and most of the windows in the last 10 years open an inch. I mean, there's not much air going through either. So you put the fans on, it's just like another heating system. So always saying to the people that add in this bill, when you do your policy to figure out where the poor air is, at least check the temperature. Where there are other options, because we have case after case after case of teachers and students sitting in classrooms all over this state in August, September, October, and when days there's no learning going on because it's too hot. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dry.
Thank you. I wanted to talk about lines 11 to 13 about emergency response planning and heat illness prevention. We've seen 3 bills in the last year or so, one with AEDs, one with EpiPens, and now this one. Each one takes a little bit of a first aid course and makes it into required training for teachers that they have to keep up. It's not really taught that way. You don't retain certification by doing little pieces of a first aid course to do that. We heard from School Board Association, I believe, that said there's another training that has to be done and kept up. Really, I don't see any way to keep the training going that gets, say, certified, except maybe you say you've read something every year. And I don't think you need a law to do that. I looked through the tools for schools to see if they had any probable programs that we could do that they could say to do it. They have nothing. They just talk about air quality. They don't talk about temperature at all. So there isn't really a program or a plan that you could actually say, yes, we're going to follow that. We're going to train our teachers this, and we're going to make sure that they stay trained with that. It doesn't exist.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in support of this bill. It's a policy bill. It's for us to be more thorough and diligent in considering what the school environment for both students and staff is. And I just want to officially say, as a co-sponsor, there was no intent of affront to anyone for what they're doing or not doing. Please don't assign that.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Ms. Representative Cordell. In response to Representative Dry's comment, I think she illuminates a marvelous point. There is no plan. And that's the point. There is no plan for this to be taken care of. And it's saying to us, we've had this problem for years. Now we're saying, make a plan. We've had I agree with you 100%, Representative Dry, that there is no plan as it stands now, and the schools haven't been doing one, nor have the superintendents, nor have the principals, particularly when it comes to temperature and heat control, except for, the nurses happen to be trained. So I think all this bill says is you have to do a plan because you haven't done it for 20 years, and now it's getting hotter and hotter. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from anyone else on the committee? Seeing nothing. Representative Dry, Madam Clerk, are you ready?
Motion is ITL. Vice Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
Hello.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Snodgrass,
No.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
That'd be 10 yeas, 8 nays.
I think we should try and keep our responses to yes or no.
All right, slip it, right.
Next is
Mr. Chair, you gonna allow a minority report on that?
yes. I'm sorry. No, for sure.
Do it? Yes.
Who said?
Rep Woodcock will be doing it.
Okay.
And next is House Bill 76, which is relative to tracking special ed complaints.
And I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chair, that ought to pass.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Representative Noble. Discussion, Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Seeing as we strive to increase transparency while ensuring privacy in FERPA, this is a common sense piece of legislation that will allow more transparency and will not create a burden on the Department of Education, seeing as they already collect this information.
Representative Noble? Nothing further? Other comments from the committee? Representative Balboni?
If you look at the information that's being requested, all of this is already currently available on the special education website. I'm looking at a link that totally analyzes all that is requested on the page 2, lines 4 through 7. What is included in this particular bill are things that might impact student privacy, which include being able to detect who might be the student by the name of the school district. And I cannot see any reason at all why we would need the name of any law firm representing the school district. All of those other A through D is right here on the website. And I would think that this could be just handled by putting a link to the website. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Murray?
Thank you. I too will be voting no on this motion with regard to the fact that there is direct contradiction with regarding suppressions and information in smaller districts that could identify a learner unintentionally, but because of the types of services rendered. And to the same point that Representative Balboni had mentioned, I do believe that most of this information is already available on the DOE's website.
Thank you. Representative Damon?
Thank you. Reiterating the concerns about small towns, I represent 9 communities. 7 of them are less than 1,500 residents. Croydon, where I live, has 28 students in our K-4 school district. If you identify the district, you are identifying the child. That's not right.
Representative Woodcock?
Be all done. I just want to add in, that if we think of the commentary this morning about the young woman, or the woman who was here and said that her youngster had been in private school for 12 years. If that came under this case, there's no question about, what school district she came from, and she would have been self-identified by this bill. There would be no privacy there.
Anything further? Seeing nothing? Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready. Yes.
Motion's ought to pass. Vice Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Representative Kluger.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
Thank you very much, everybody. I think that finishes.
Is there a minority report?
The what?
Is there a minority report?
Yes. Minority report on that bill?
Yes.
Representative Balboni. And I take it the motion is ITL?
But we haven't made, I wasn't on it, we haven't been making a motion and voting again on it, so do we just assume?
Well, I assume that if our motion is ought to pass, your motion is ITL, but, you know, be glad to be corrected.
No, I didn't know.
Yeah.
Sure.
You know, I'll try and ask in the future, for sure.
So I don't, if we don't need to go through another round of voting.
Yeah, right. Great. Okay, well, thank you very much, everybody. We'll be back on Wednesday, and I think we have a full day of hearings on Wednesday.
Yippee!
Yeah.